have an agenda.
Yeah, you
do
do.
someplace.
Well, today's
On my
agenda is
phone.
pretty simple.
All right, you guys are good.
So, Mr.
Thanks,
LaFeld,
Dan.
I'll kick off. Well, you need to go through your introductions so everybody, if anybody's listening, they all know who's here. So,
All right, let's introduce each other. I'll introduce Lila Taylor.
Lila Taylor, cattle. I am glad to be here.
John Scully, Cal Ennis.
John LaFelt, sheep, Levine, Montana.
Nina.
Bacchus, Wolf Creek Cattle.
Yep, and we have Nina on the phone, and Mike Honeycutt, Executive Officer.
Donna Wilhelm, Administrative Assistant.
Yep, Don Wilhelm, and that's all.
Perfect. This is the kind of meeting we like, short, not too many people.
Don't know how short it's going to be, but. All right, I will start us off, Mr. LaFeld, if you don't mind, and get us into focus for what we need to do today. The first thing I will mention is just I did want to mention just a couple of housekeeping items. At your station, each of you have the press release that went out last week about the FMD exercise. That's been picked up by some media outlets. We've had several media outlets ask if they could actually be here and see it. I think it is a public process, so we may have some media here, and USDA is providing some coordination on that. I also want to make sure that all of you, I know we've talked about it before, but know that if you wanted to, you could come in and see part of that process. If you want to, we'll obviously give the board a full report when it's over, but you're welcome any of those days. The majority of the activity that will be taking place will be here in this building between the conference room we sit in and the Ag Department conference room. And we'll probably have a lot of people standing in the hall to come in and out and play their various parts. I'm out of the state next week, which is probably very likely if we have something like that, it'll be sort of that scenario. So I'll be getting phone updates and having to do things myself remotely. For the part that I have to play. I would say that one of the things that I think is my obligation is keeping at least the chair up to date, and so John LaFelt will probably be getting some phone calls from me to just say, here's your phone call. To let you know we got something going on, just like we would do in a real situation. And so I wanted to give you an update on that. For Mr. LaFelt, Mr. Scully, I've already talked to Mr. LaFelt this morning. The audit is done. I don't have a copy of it, or at least the draft copy of it yet, but they're reaching out to schedule the financial audit exit conference. Right now I've talked to them about doing that on the afternoon of the 22nd to coincide with the next board meeting to maybe cut down on some travel for the two of you. So right now it's tentatively scheduled over at Legislative Audits conference room for May 22nd at 2:30 in the afternoon. And they can push it as far back as 3 if you've got something that morning. And then the other thing I just would remind you so I don't forget it, because I've got a list of notes here, is we're not to a point yet of scheduling a June board meeting, but just reminding the board that Montana Beef Council will be having their board meeting in Helena on June 19th, and has made a request that if there was any way that the Board of Livestock and the Beef Council could have at least lunch or something together during that day. I mean, I think we would still have, by our open meetings processes, still have to figure out a way, even if it's a conversation over lunch, to do that in a public manner. And then the other option is, I guess,
what's the date again, Mike?
June 19th. And then we'll talk about other options on the 23rd, but I just want to get you to begin thinking about that date because that is the request that they made. I think that covers all the housekeeping items that I was going to mention. And that gets us into getting prepared for the interviews today. We have 4 candidates that we'll be interviewing today, the 4 that we decided on the conference call. We'll begin that process at 10 this morning is when the first candidate is supposed to be ready to go. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time on process and just make sure we're all on the same page, and then hopefully leave ourselves a little bit of time before 10 so that maybe we can get questions and those things, final questions, typed up so everybody can have them sitting in front of them before we go. You have a packet in front of you. The top sheet of that packet, which I'll ask you to put your name on, is the official summary score sheet. You can see you have a place for applicant name. I've put places in for up to 7 questions. I think that's probably the max we could probably ask in the time allotted. It might even be a little too many, but I put 7 spaces there. And you have a place for a total score for that applicant, and then a place to jot down some comments on those applicants over to the right. Once again, all of these documents will be a part of the official file that goes with this hiring process. The rating scale that you'll see down at the bottom, it's a 0 to 3 scale, with 3 being the person's answer exceeds what we were looking for on that question, 2 being it meets the expectations we were looking to hear from that question, 1, they've hit some of the key points, so they partially meet it, but they haven't hit all the key points that you were looking for, and then 0 being an unacceptable response. In other words, they don't seem to be able to demonstrate the competencies or behaviors that you were looking for from that particular question. Hopefully that's enough of a spread to provide some separation among the candidates. The other documents you have, in case you didn't print them out yourself, is for each of those 4 individuals, the resumes and applicant information that was gathered online. So you have a copy of that, or another copy of that, in case you didn't bring that with you. I did print out for everyone the sample questions I sent out earlier in the week. Not tied to those, but it was just to give you an idea of kind of what we're wanting to do with the type of questions we want to answer. And you can see I even put them into sort of categories to show how, we want to have a range of questions that hit on various aspects of the position and get to the sort of the broad strokes of what we might be looking for in that individual. As I said, we're not tied to that document. We can use some of those if you read through them and you liked them. But I just wanted to provide that to give you a little more context. And then the last document is also the document I sent you out online that just has some basic information on behavior-based questions and kind of just to help with terminology and wording and how to ask a question in a way that gets at that. I guess I'll make my pitch for, and I think most of you understand this, you've done many job interviews before, you've all served on various boards, hiring various positions. The concept of behavior-based questions is just simply getting at, the best indication of future performance is past performance, and try to get people out of theoretically what they would do in a situation and try to get them into responding in what they have done. And how they have done things in the past, and see if they really do have experience with that in their past history. So with that, I'll stop for a second. I think the things that we have to do is in the next hour or so, if not sooner, is to get to a set of questions that we want to ask the candidate. Second thing that we need to do is sort of be in line on who's going to ask those questions. We'll try to keep this, our main effort is to try to make this experience the same for each and every candidate. So we'll ask the same questions to every candidate, asked by the same person, and then as far as follow-ups are allowed in the process. But you do see the note on the score sheet that you don't ask a bunch of follow-ups to one and not follow-ups to all. So if you start out asking follow-ups, we need to make sure everybody gets that same chance to expand upon their answers. But occasionally it will happen in a response that you'll have a need to get clarifying information, and that's okay to do so. Because maybe we might not understand what they're talking about. Depending upon how they answer the question, we might need a little more information on that. So we need to get the questions lined out, who's going to ask them. As far as the process goes, all the candidates have been asked to report to HR this morning. So they'll be reporting to HR 15 minutes or so ahead of their interview time. It's a public meeting, so they are welcome to come in here and sit down if they wish, but they're most likely, I would assume, they'll probably sit in the hallway. And then the process is I will go get them and bring them into the room. I think we should probably offer them a chance to introduce themselves briefly, but not long drawn out. And obviously for ourselves, just go around real quick and state who we are. I think they know we're board members and what roles we play with the organization, or they should know that if they've done their research. And then try to get into the heart of the interview. But that's how we have it set up for them to arrive and to be handled coming into the room. And of course, one of the questions always is, or the final question of the interview typically always is asking them if they have any questions of us. And certainly some of them will have some questions, and we'll try to respond to those the best that we can. That's sort of the overview, and then I'll step back now and let the board members who are here sort of guide the next steps and how you want to go about forming questions and figure out how we work through the interview.
So we want to set up about 4 questions. Is that agreeable to everybody?
Is that enough?
Is that
Probably not. No.
Not quite enough.
Well,
How many do you have here?
it's always funny.
How many
The
does he
more
have here?
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
While we're looking at that, Mike, can I
I
ask?
think I got 9.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can we have a copy of the job description?
Yes, we can get you a copy of that.
Yes.
And I'll email you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I
Nina.
also, clarification from Mike. Did I understand you to say that if any of the interviewers want to listen to the interview of any of the others, that they just come in and sit down?
It's a public meeting. We can't block them from being here. We have a quorum of the board present.
That's very interesting, because when we interviewed for you, none of the other interviewees were allowed in the room while we were interviewing any given person.
And that was done at headquarters over there.
Yeah, it's at HR.
Yeah, and like I said, I consulted with Rob Stutz on this about privacy issues. As I stated at the last conference call, he said when you're, since we're pretty much at a final interview stage, when you're at a final interview stage, there's not really an expectation of privacy. And all of the candidates are aware that it is a public meeting, will be streamed. They've all been made aware of that process.
Okay, it's just different than what we did last time. So it's just interesting.
Lila, is there any questions that you have selected as 4 or 5? There's 9 altogether on this one sheet.
No.
Do we want to take it to 4 or 5? Because
Well, I think we ought to take it to, what's your time frame?
An hour for each one.
I think we ought to take it to at least 5, and there's one on here that's not, and I'd like to your response to it because I think it's important. You come close to what I would talk about, where you have building consensus, conflict management, then it sort of spins away, and then there's another one here. Anyway, an example of project management. You've got the lab that's going to have to be dealt with in the building. You've got IT. You've got IT in here, but the IT, where was it? We start out by talking about the technologies in the industry and how have you become more efficient. The very first one.
Right.
But they're going to have to manage the IT plan, put together something with that over time. So project management isn't really hit on anywhere.
Okay.
And it could fold into a variety of these other questions. I like what you did with your questions.
Yeah, I
I do too. So I'm looking for 5 then. We'll go with 5. Everybody comfortable with 5? Nina, you good with 5?
That sounds perfect.
All right.
If we have enough time for 5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, should have, no problem.
If we don't, then we don't have somebody that's answering the questions succinctly enough to know what
You
they know.
It's an hour, if you got an hour per person, that's 15 minutes, so you
That's-
cut that,
yeah,
should be
that's
able to get
fine.
that done without a
You,
big problem.
you could probably fold,
Do we have some method, an egg timer or something? You have so long to answer the question and then to stop them if they're talking too much?
No.
Well, there's sometimes you're gonna start some of these interviews and the questions are gonna roll in and answer
Yeah.
other questions, so
Yeah.
I don't think that's probably,
Yeah.
and
one of the things we can do, and I know it's fairly common, is to let them know how many questions there's going to be. Just say, the
Yeah,
board
that'd
has
be
5
fine.
questions for you, so they should know in their head.
That's why I say you'll see it.
Yeah, they should know in their head if they know there's 5 questions. They'll understand that they need to manage that time.
you could fold project management into sort of another shoe under your first paragraph.
Okay.
well, it should be, avenues for success, I would think that somewhere in there it's it's sort of hidden, but it's there in a way.
It says, what changes have you introduced in your current position that has resulted in improved efficiency, resource savings, or better services to stakeholders?
And get those.
You could probably say, and you can include in there any projects that you managed to do so or something like that.
So what changes have you introduced to your current position as a result of improved?
Have they had these questions? Well, they will have, because if they're paying attention here, they'll hear them this morning, but have they had these?
And what was, and what was the outcome?
So what I'm typing up here and is adding at the end of that. How did you manage these projects?
There you go. And what was the outcome?
Yeah. And I'm gonna talk about timelines here because.
So I, for one, would like to have that one as a question.
Okay.
Whether I ask it or not, I could care less who asks what questions, but I just would like that one question.
I think you should ask all the questions. Or you should.
We actually take turns. Is the best
Oh,
way
is
to
that
do
what
it.
you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Should we do that, or
yeah.
it would be better if the same voice
Yeah.
approached the same person, each person the same.
Whatever you
So,
want. I could care less.
I don't think it's gonna make any difference personally.
I don't care. It just sometimes it gives you a chance to watch them.
Are you in agreement with John as far as innovation?
Yeah, we got, yeah, that's,
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll put innovation down, all right?
Yeah, I don't care what.
So we got that one, and just make sure everybody's fine. I just added I added a second question. So after the what changes have you introduced question. So the final question there is how did you manage these projects to achieve results in a specific time frame, and what were the outcomes?
That was great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Lila,
What?
I need
Questions.
questions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Financial background we're going to have to include because it's CFO.
Yeah. That's why I want to see and I know I've been told that you don't have to have be a CPA, but I'd love to see the job description before we start.
Yeah.
I didn't bring it. I didn't even think to find it.
Okay, I can't get an answer out of Lila, so I'm with John in innovation. I want ethics. Ethics to me is
Yep.
the picture of the whole program, and it's extremely, because I've had things, and we've
Yep.
experienced things that building consensus, conflict management,
I
and
agree.
financial background.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's 4. I don't really have a 5th one, except the closing question is, how does this fit in with the overall career plan? Because I'd like to see that we had somebody here that we're gonna have a perpetual
That
You
they're
know,
not-
I'd sooner not see ourselves as a stepping stone, but I don't know about that. That's 4 on my part anyway. I'm a little off on the 5th one.
So what I'm hearing so far, just to summarize and make sure I'm hearing correctly, is that the innovation question you want to ask,
Right.
the ethics
Yeah.
question you want to ask, and the building consensus conflict management.
Yep.
You want to ask that one, and then, I mean, there's no reason you maybe couldn't ask all 3 of, since that's the majority of focus of the position, all 3 of the financial background questions. So let me talk about the financial background questions a little bit, because I'm a little uncertain of the wording here, but maybe you liked it. So the first question under financial background, I'll tell you what that's trying to get at from a job description standpoint, which is we have enterprises, and we've got one that's a specific enterprise, but I guess you could look at any one of our cost or fee for services, whether it's permits, whatever it is. Every one of those is essentially an enterprise. And there has to be some calculation or consideration of cost and what the price needs to be, whether you're trying to cover that cost or whether you're actually trying to make money. If it were a true enterprise and you're trying to build a profit. So it's trying to cut to, their experience with analyzing cost of operations and then relating that to pricing structures, and to see if they've actually done that or not. And what was the methods that they used? Because one of the things that every time and I'll give some real examples here, whether it was our work with the milk fees, or whether it was our putting together a budget in defense of the lab, the methodology that you get to those answers is really important. Because it's very easy in a lot of those, and John Scully and I know have a lot of personal experience with this. Sometimes it's really difficult to find all the little nuggets of cost that are hidden here and there, and what's fixed versus what's variable. And so just trying to cut and see if they can, and you don't have to give it to them on a silver platter. It's really, they should, I believe, be able to take the wording of that question and understand what we're trying to get at. But I was a little unsure on the wording, so
I'm okay with your wording, but I would string it along and therefore, how do you incorporate your cost analysis background into budget preparation? In addition to doing cost analysis, then how do you take the next step and carry that in the budget? Because they are going to be a budget person. And the only other piece that I think is important here is they are going to manage people. And so something about how you evaluate and do you evaluate and all that is important, because they are going to be in a position of management.
The second financial question there, just so you know what, it was just trying to get to, as you know, we have refined and done a lot of work on that, but in the past, we've had very muddy reports to the board, muddy reports to the legislature. It's trying to get at, what is their process for monitoring? How do they ensure accuracy in that? How does this person reach out and work with the technical managers in the organization, who are the ones creating the expense, to make sure they understand how their operations work and can give them and advise them as best they can in helping them manage their budgets. And then, of course, the last part there was we're state government, so we often find ourselves in those tough conversations. So when choices have to be made, how do they manage those tough conversations, not only with subordinates but with colleagues and even with the board on, these are the choices and these are the tough decisions that have to be made. Because that, to maintain budget discipline. So, real world examples, you might be telling someone, my analysis tells me you want to replace this position tomorrow, but this position is going to have to remain vacant, and they need to be able to communicate that effectively. so that people understand, how they're trying to help us maintain our discipline with our budget. And then, of course, the last one was, I wouldn't say a department is unique in this. Most agencies have this, but it's getting at the fact that we really have a diverse set of assets. I mean, we've got trucks, we got guns, we got bullets, we got software leases, we got property leases in the Bison program with facilities that we use down there. So we've got, a lot of different, types of assets that we're working with. So, how does that person manage, and we've got a building process potentially coming up. So how does a person manage those inventories? How did you account for and manage the time frames and the cost of replacement for that equipment? Have you been involved with long-range building? How did you account for it? Because I think one of the things we've talked for around a lot of times that we don't have a good system for statewide, not just department, but something that we don't have a good system for is how do we account for that capital replacement? We buy that piece of equipment, but 5 years from now we may need to replace it. And how have we managed ourselves to be able to do that? So it's not all of a sudden a brand new budget item every time we have to replace something. And if there's no budget there, then it has to sit there long beyond its lifespan. So it's trying to get to some of those issues. So,
And state government doesn't allow, there's some things in state government that sometimes doesn't allow you to manage it like you would otherwise.
Right. Well,
So-
because you really the only way to manage it, as we found, is to carry fund balances, and depending upon what type of fund balances you carry, you have no guarantee you get to keep those.
That's right.
Those could always go away despite your best future planning. So.
In the whatever it's worth category, because financial background has 3 different questions in it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I would take number 1.
Okay.
And I would take number 2, but I would strike the part that says this sometimes requires a reporting be done, and I'm not worried about how they're going to report or how they're going to monitor. It's going to structure. But the last 2 sentences I think are important. How do you work with technical managers to understand their operations, and how do you handle that? And I'm less concerned about the capital tracking issue.
Okay.
But that's just me.
I think, that last
Because that
sentence.
way we'd have 6 questions then.
Okay.
2 financial. And I think we have to ask about how do you manage
Well,
people.
my only, someplace in there we gotta have some people
Yeah,
things.
see, that's the last one, that's your last one.
So if you if you have 6 questions, you're talking about somebody, could answer each question 6 to 7 minutes and still stay within the time frame. I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, because some of these will.
And some of these they might be able to explain. And remember, length. And I think you all know this because you've done interviews before. The length that someone speaks doesn't always necessarily mean it was a great answer either.
Right.
Somebody might be able to take 60 seconds and tell us everything we need to know. You never know. So I think having 6
You had
is
something
fine.
here.
Well, I want clarification from you on the last financial. You wanna strike that completely?
Well, I don't see it. I'm not as worried about asking that question. That way we stay with 6 questions. It's important.
I'm
But I'd rather
worried
ask
because
that-
of this lab thing coming up, and we're kinda.
I'm okay with asking it. It just gives us another question.
Yeah, I know, that's
And I'll
trouble
say,
with it.
I think when we first did this job description, you always learn things, and now I've had the opportunity to sit down with some engineers in a stakeholder session. You worry about how much of this is going to be ours. I will say one of my takeaway from the stakeholder session is that when it comes to the actual building of the facility and those types of things, it seems like we're going to be bystanders.
Yeah. Okay.
That we will, there will be professionals who the state will contract with to take care of the nuts and bolts of that. Now, the issue we have to be
We have to
concerned
find
with
the
is
money,
the
though.
financing
Right.
of that building. But, the actual long-range building process is not as much a concern for me now as actually trying to figure out if we did move forward with something, whatever method of financing, whether in all the things that are being talked about, whether it's management of more cooperative grants or debt service against bonds. I mean, that's going to be the nuts and bolts for this position, is figuring out how to deal with those aspects.
Well, the only other thing, having gone through the long-range planning at the State House over here with the university, and you've done the university one, is that you're going to have a sign-off on adequacy of the facility to meet the requirements that you have to fulfill, as opposed to the gold standard or whatever somebody wants to use the terminology for. And then the issue is going to be how's it going to get funded. So now that they're drawing up the diagrams and all that, then yours is going to be compared to what, right? So you're going to look at 2 or 3 states that have brand new ones and say we can do that, and that costs this much. Well, what if we can only raise half that? Then what are you going to do? Is it all or nothing? So that's going to be the role.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the problem with it is, I don't think you're going to get in through the Board of Regents.
Right.
No.
I don't think you're going to go in through the governor's priority.
Right.
And so then how are you going to get into it? And that leaves a legislative solution. So that isn't, and that's the Long Range Planning Committee again. And so, or Congress, congressional action.
Right.
Or there could be a grant to the university. And the other issue is going to be, whose building is it? Not that we care, I don't think, but is it MSU's building? Is it the state's building? And that depends on who plays.
Right.
How many other people are in it?
Lila?
Were there a lot of people in it? Yeah, I think this keeping track of assets is, to me, all part of the rest of what goes on. You know, this last question. What kinds of, I mean, if they're doing their job up here, they're going to be doing this,
Yeah.
right?
You would think so?
Yeah.
You would think so. Yeah.
So,
So you're good with innovation, number 1, ethnics,
yeah, definitely.
building, number 3, building consensus, number 4, financial background, number 1 question, and number 2 question gets us to the 5 questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, performance management.
Yeah.
Oh, the
How to
very,
manage
That'll be
employees.
the
We gotta have
And
that.
that's the 6th question. Okay.
So what I'm, just so you know, what I'm getting rid of is the one that was categorized as maturity, emotional
Oh, yeah.
discipline. You know,
Right.
Independent thinking.
Nina, are you with us?
Oh, yes, I'm paying close
Are you
attention.
good with this?
Just a question, just for clarification. Were they in the job interview? And I noticed not in these questions at all. Has anybody ever asked any of them if they have any ag background at all?
well, no, because that would have come through the resume. You would see that in their past work. Yeah, here's one of my things. Some things I put in the category of common sense, and I'm going to explain myself. If I'm applying for a job with the Department of Livestock, if I've got livestock experience or background knowledge, I'm going to try to make sure you know that in the first thing you ever read. It's going to be in the cover letter. So I would say they've had the opportunity to do that. Plus, there'll be an opening statement, and someone may have an opportunity to express that in an opening statement. But I feel the written materials is where they had an opportunity to show that if they wanted to highlight that.
They didn't.
Yeah.
And
Then
I
the
think
other
that-
question that I have is, and where in this, well, it's probably in your questions here, if they start a project, that if the board assigns them a project, that they do the project, they carry through to the end, and then report back to the board.
That's sort of in that project management where you say, and what was the outcome, and how did you handle the outcome?
yeah,
And also remember, let's be careful, because I had this conversation, I'll say, with Ed Waldner on Monday. He was here for another meeting, and Ed was asking some questions, and so it was a clarification I had to make for Ed. I'll make it here today too. Always also remember we're not talking about an appointed position. We're talking about a classified position. And so with it being a classified position, essentially you're going to be assigning me the project to assign to them. So I'm the one you're going to be holding accountable on those types of things. Doesn't mean that they won't get the picture sitting here in a boardroom that you're talking to them and what they need to do, but really the accountability for that project, that deliverable back to the board, that accountability rests with me the majority of the time.
Well, I would agree with that, but I think in getting a feel for each of their personalities, that's something, if in the questioning we can get a feel for their personality of whether they're a person who finishes projects or not. If they are, then that's a little less work that you have to do. But if they're a person who constantly has to be reminded to finish their project, then that's an awful lot of extra work for you, and I don't think that's something we want.
Well, to answer the question about project management properly, they can't avoid that. I mean, they could, but that'll tell you something.
Okay, so what I've been, for those of you here in the room and you see me pecking on the computer, I've been deleting the ones we took out, and then I've been separating out the ones that we're choosing to ask so that I'll have a document that'll have one question per page. I think that'll be easier for you working through so you can flip through and there's not multiple questions on the same page. And then what I'll do here once we decide who's going to ask what is I'll actually put somebody's name above that question. So as you flip through, you'll see if it says Lila Taylor, you'll know that's you. And I probably should know that as well.
You'll have to box that to me?
I will. And I don't know, Nina, I'm going to ask you a question to make sure you're comfortable with it. Since you're remote, and there's always a chance that that cell tower that you're connected to 30 miles away from you is going to blow down, we may not have you actually ask a question over the phone just in case we have technological problems. Is that okay?
That's perfectly all right.
Yeah, but I'll send you a copy of the question so you can follow along.
One of the things
that's fine.
One of the things you did on the closing question, which I don't think we have to get into, but you did ask how does this fit in your overall career plan. Mm-hmm. It seems to me that when you ask whoever asks the person to start the process, if you ask them to take a minute or two to introduce yourself and tell us why this job was of interest to you. Mm-hmm. Might be, because I think that's always important to try to get their response to why they're interested in the position.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much answers the last one.
Yeah, and that'll answer your last one.
And some of them have answered it, kind of.
Yeah. And that'll save you asking another question.
And
now I have a request of those of you who are sitting there. Interviews like this, one of the big things for me is body language. And since I cannot see any body language going on, I'm going to rely on all of you guys that are sitting there. And if you see anything that sends up a red flag, if you'd let me know, I'd sure appreciate it.
Okay. What's the process at closure? Are they to be asked if they're available? Are they to what expectation are you going to provide them?
Well, I think
so that they know when they walk out of here that they'll be communicated with.
Yeah, I think the best thing to tell them for today is that the board has to consider the interviews today, and that a final decision will be made at the latest on May 23rd. And but I don't know if you want to preclude yourself from making a decision earlier. There's a majority of the board here, and I would say if after the interviews today the four of you had consensus, we might be ready to move forward. If you don't, then we might have to have some further conversation about it on the 23rd. So I think the fair thing is to say a decision will be made by the 23rd or earlier, but the 23rd is the drop dead date, so they know what to expect.
And could we set a time certain where you communicate? I hate it when some of these people say we're not going to communicate with these people.
Right.
But we have a time certain when you could communicate with them, say like Monday or something like that, that said, in any event, I'll call you
Yeah,
on
I'll let you
Monday.
know on Monday,
On Monday.
whether we're to the 23rd or if we're moving forward.
Right.
And we've been doing that, so you know, so we started this process with 19 candidates. So along the way, when we hit the deadline that we were going to begin reviewing, there was a communication to all 19. Then when we got to the point that the board met and narrowed it down to these 4, those other 15 were notified
I was just going to ask.
and told,
Good
you know,
job.
thank you for applying, but you know, you haven't made the final round. So we've been doing that communication throughout the process.
Thank you.
And so, Mike, is there any questions that you think are relative that we, as a board, don't have on that 6th list? Do you see a spot there that you'd like to have some more information?
No, I don't. You know, I will tell you my philosophy, and it may not be yours, but I'll tell you my philosophy when it comes to these hiring processes, is that largely when you get to this point, you've evaluated the written materials and you're saying everybody's coming in here on an equal footing at this point. And so these questions are to get a deeper understanding of what you've already read. They've already had an opportunity to give you a very, very detailed background, dossier, history, you know, of what they've done and what they're capable of doing. The interview process always in my mind is to get down to the very specific types of things that we're looking for. I mean, we've already determined that these people meet our minimums, or we wouldn't be interviewing them. They're all qualified for the position. This is to get that more detailed information that's not going to come through a resume, which is, you know, okay, you may have had responsibility to do it, but how did you do it? What was your processes? You know, you're looking for behaviors. The other thing you're evaluating in this process is fit, because that's important too. How will they fit? This department has a culture, just like any other organization, and so how will they fit? How will they play in this environment? So I think those.
You just have to be careful with that one, though.
Yeah, I just think, yeah, you do. I think these questions are good for getting to that more detailed, okay, your resume has shown us what you have done. Right. It has shown us what you have done. We want a little more detail on how you did it. Mm-hmm. And that hopefully is going to provide the opportunity to even do a little further separation. So I think, you know, these questions get at the heart of the matter. There's always going to be more questions you want to ask, you know, but oftentimes there's not time for doing that. And sometimes I will also say this is my belief, and I'm stating an opinion here, but sometimes more information is not always good. It just makes you more confused.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Dinah.
Is it okay if we talk to any of their references that they've listed to ask any questions of them?
As a board member,
Yes.
I would not do that as a board member. No.
Then what's the purpose of listing references?
Well, that doesn't mean that you can't get down to a candidate or two and have their references checked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But just you and I, if I didn't like it, go off and there's a couple of references in this list that are very curious to me. Mm-hmm. But
I would agree.
But I think it's an action of the board when you check references, and I don't see why we shouldn't. But it's just to provide you other background, but we individually shouldn't do it.
Right.
Okay.
And we do, and we'll do a background check as well. That's status quo. So usually if there's other things you need to find, those are found in the background check.
And, and it could be that a reference check is an eliminator too.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
There's at least one candidate who applied. I don't know whether I can't remember whether that candidate was selected or not, but
No.
one of them applied that had a very interesting, I thought, reference list. That might be an eliminator, but I'm not sure it was any of these candidates. I can't remember now.
So you're gonna
Retype these.
retype,
Yep, I'm in the
come up
process
with a
of doing that
Are we-
right now.
printout.
So the first candidate's at 10
The first candidate's at 10.
and is
Don't remember off the top of my head.
Do they, be,
Are
do
they on
they,
the agenda that
they
way?
become people now, right?
They become people now.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me get the order for you real quick. I'll be right back.
I have it.
Donna has it.
Donna has it. Okay.
You want names?
Yes, names.
11 o'clock, Matt Wagner.
11 o'clock?
I
or
mean,
10
at
o'clock?
10 o'clock, excuse me. 10 o'clock is Matt Wagner. 11 o'clock is Evan Waters. 1 o'clock is Brian Simonson. 2 o'clock is Rachel Christopherson.
And then are we gonna have, Mr. Chairman, are we gonna have a little after each one, or are we gonna just wait till the very end and kinda?
Typically, you just wait to the very end. You
That's-
don't talk about candidates in between
Okay.
candidates.
I know, I had one other question. They can't ask questions after you ask them a question. They have to wait till the end to ask what they want, right? I mean,
Yes.
if they have
They could ask you
questions.
to clarify it or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that, or
Yeah.
does that answer the question, or?
Right.
What was your question? They can't,
Well, as you're asking them these questions, they can't then turn around to us and say, ask us some question, why we're asking, I mean, in the middle of all the mix. They gotta wait till the end to ask us any questions of the board, or,
yeah.
so it's not a two-way conversation is what I'm
No,
getting at.
No,
Okay.
no.
Well, that's the way I've done it, but
Not the way I understand
yeah.
it. But at the end there are
Right, they
questions
can-
for the panel or the
Right.
board, or
Yeah.
however you wanna phrase it.
So I'm getting this.
Do we get, well, I'm not sure how one goes about it. I would hate for us to hire someone and in a year or less they leave to go work someplace else. And there's no way to guarantee that, is there?
No.
That's why, there's no way to guarantee it, but that's why I wanted to put in there, why did this job interest you?
Yeah. Okay.
And if it's, somebody said, well, I'm just trying to get out of Great Falls to get to Helena, or trying to get out of Helena to get to Billings, or I'm trying to get out of Annis to get to Twin Bridges.
There's a closing question, and I think that's, how does this fit into your overall career plan? And
Yeah.
you're gonna get an answer, it may not.
He's gonna try to answer that, ask that up front, though.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I'll also state, just so the board knows where I stand on some of those things, and just a personal philosophy of mine, take it for what it's worth. But I will say, although somebody willing to commit to you long-term loyalty is not a bad thing, but I'd rather have a high performer for 3 years than be stuck with a low performer for 30. So
Thank you.
Just remember that.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a yin and a yang there.
Ability
That's
to
for
work
sure.
with others, and that's in your questions there, is going to be really important because there are so many different personalities and different facets in this department that all have to be dealt with. And I sit here thinking of the IBP meeting you just had and some of the personalities you have to deal with there. And if this is a person who can deal with people and get along with people and yet accomplish the goals of the department, that's pretty important.
So the last thing that we have not done, I've got everything, and the opening statement I've just stated as please briefly introduce yourself and what attracted you to apply to this position.
Perfect.
And then number the questions, and unless we just kind of kept them in the order they were. So the first question would be on innovation, so technologies, project management. Does anyone have a strong preference of who needs to ask that question?
And I'm okay with what you want to do, where just one person asks
I think
them all
it's
if
better
you want
from
to do
one.
that.
Well,
I don't care.
We can do it that way.
I like doing trading off just because it forces people to talk to each other.
Well, I think you're probably right.
To get it
So, we got 6 questions, we got 3 individuals. Everybody gets 2
And Sue's
questions.
supposed to be there soon.
She's not coming.
Sorry,
Oh,
Nina,
she's
I
not.
didn't state that, and I should have stated at the
Yeah.
outset. Sue Brown was supposed to be here today, but she had an equipment failure at the farm, and so she early this morning communicated she could not
She
get
became the
away.
equipment.
She may have become the equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Seen
and
enough of
you could put me in
You got a
there, but
preference
if
you'd
you
like to
lose
ask
me, then
questions?
one of the others of you just take the question.
Yeah, there's 6 questions, so and I would prefer to have the board members ask the questions. I'll just state that.
Okay, so
And
John
that means
Scully
each of you
is
get
going to
2.
ask the first 2 questions.
Okay.
Oh, heck, I wanted to do ethics. No, I'm just kidding.
Look at the chair.
So innovation and
Taking over.
ethics, those are the ones, first 2?
I'll do ethics.
Okay.
So we'll plug Lila in.
Well, wait a minute, well,
You don't get a choice, John. Lefelt.
oh, so
Okay, I'll do it, that's fine with me, I'll do innovation, so then Lila's gonna do ethics.
Lila's going to do ethics, and now I got to redo my little diagram here. Just screwed that all up. It's going to be Lila.
And I'm going to put it right at the top.
He's going to rewrite these questions,
Yeah.
aren't you?
And it's going to say up at the top, like on this, where it says ethics, right beside it, it's got a dash and says Lila Taylor. So
Okay,
Lila should
all
know
right.
that that's her question.
Okay, so number 3 I'll take.
That's the maturity and emotional.
No, building
consensus.
consensus.
Building
We
consensus.
got rid of that one.
Yeah,
And
we
John's going to take the financial on number 4.
and then we're
John,
done.
yes.
And I'll take-
Lila's going to take number 5.
Well, we got 2.
You're going to take number 5, John.
There's 2 in
Yeah.
financials.
So
Yeah.
that's really, yeah, it's,
So Lila will take number 6.
which
Do
is,
you want me to switch and
Performance?
just take both financials?
yeah.
Yeah.
And you start off with innovation?
Why don't you just make financials
Well, I'm
just
happy.
one
Okay.
question?
I'll do it.
Are you
Okay.
tracking?
I'm
Yeah, make
tracking.
financials just one question,
All right.
because it's, to me, it's all
I'll do
the same.
innovation and financials then.
Then we only have one left, right?
Yep, the last
I'll make it a
Performance.
2-part
performance
question.
management
So
question.
John LaFeld ought to do that,
Okay.
since that's his deal. Right?
Ethnics were my deal, but you go
I
ahead and
know.
go with it.
So you got performance management, Lila?
Or John LaFeld. Then we don't have another one, right?
We don't. Well, except the
So you-
we'll put you in on the performance management question because LaFelt needs to ask the final, needs to make the final statements there.
Okay.
Okay, so Scully's innovation, Lila's ethics, John LaFelt is building consensus, LaFelt is performance,
No? Oh,
Scully's finance,
whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, and Scully's the financial ones.
and the
I got it here
innovation.
on the sheet. And if I got it wrong, you just do what the sheet tells you.
Okay,
Sounds good.
okay, but start it, and
It'll work.
have you sent me the sheet yet?
Oh,
No,
yes.
I'm still working on it.
We're still typing it.
I'm gonna take a break here. When we take a recess here in a bit, I will take the opportunity to send it to you, and then I have to make copies of it for folks around the table. So I have to get
Okay,
it
how
figured out
long
the
will your
copy
break
machine.
be?
Well, no, I don't know that we're there yet. One of the things I just remembered, one piece of instruction that I didn't give for today. And Lila, Nina, you can get yours to me, how you can get them to me. One thing I will ask for today is that you're certainly welcome to only take notes on your note sheet. But if that's not enough space and you want to take additional notes, please take them on, for the folks who are in the room, please take them on the yellow pad, because we will keep a copy of those. I won't tell you why they're important, but they have become important in the past.
Yeah.
And so we'll want to keep, and it does say in the selection and recruitment policy for the state that evaluation notes are part of the record. And so we'll want to keep those. And what I can do after the meeting, we'll keep the originals, but if you want to take a copy home with you, I'll go to the copy machine and make a copy of them for you. But we'll keep those. Those will be in the final file that'll stay in the HR files forever, how many years the Secretary of State says it needs to stay there.
And everybody develops their own way going through this thing. But you don't have to cross every T and dot every I at the end of every interview.
Right.
And so you have the right to do comparative analysis compared to what internally at the end. So you don't have to have the whole form filled out for candidate number one at the time candidate number one's hearing ends.
Right.
So just remember that.
Absolutely true.
So then will we take a few minutes when we're done to have a little discussion, right?
Yeah.
Of all of them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Once we're
Do
done
you
with
have
it-
to have my stuff today, or can I get it to you when I get back in Helena the first of the week?
Yeah, I can get it. I don't have to get it today. I understand there's no way you could get it to me today. Because you're,
Well,
you're out of
I
pocket.
could sit down and email it to you. It would take a while to type, and I would not guarantee to spell it.
No, don't worry about that. I'm not gonna, trust me, the reason I'm asking for it, when and if I need it, it won't be in the next few days. It would be months
Okay.
from now. So
Yeah,
we got time.
It's just that those notes are part of the record that can be subpoenaed
Right.
if there's a fight over a job.
Right.
Okay.
And so
Good.
just so you guys know, because this is a window into how we're doing hiring processes now across the board. So we use these score sheets, we collect these notes. There's a comprehensive file on each hiring process that is managed and maintained, which I think may be different from some of you guys' past experiences with that understanding. But this, what you're seeing today is the way we want to do it. For every position, this is the way we do it.
Yeah, and it's indicative of the leadership that's across the street. I mean, when she stepped in relative to as a human resource person,
Right,
here hiring,
Yeah.
and the next hiring, she was outstanding.
Yeah.
She knew what she was doing,
Right.
and she's getting it structured.
And to be honest, this is how I've been used to doing hiring
Yeah.
processes all my career. So
Yeah.
this is
Well-
how we do
Nothing
it.
new to you. No.
Well, it keeps out the
Well, she's a,
emotional
I
person.
assume she's still there, but
Yeah. Oh yeah.
she's a dynamite HR person. Wow.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, you're gonna print this stuff out.
I will do that. And if you want to recess for, we'd given ourselves till 9:45, but if you want to take another extra 30, 40 minutes or so you can maybe make some phone calls or do what you need to do, we can stay in recess. That's up to the board.
Well, we'll just stay in recess until what, 10 to 10 or something?
Okay.
Can I have
10
a
to
copy
10.
of the job description? So I can-
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Nina?
As well.
Yes?
Just so you know, I'm gonna stay and work with Donna to just go through our policy and guidelines discussion.
Okay.
And Mike, he may or may not, just so that we get most of that stuff out of the way. And then he's got some pieces he's got to craft between now and the board meeting. So,
Okay. I will stay on the phone now?
no, you don't have to. No, don't stay on
I
the
don't
phone.
have
Go.
Okay.
You guys do a lot of shuffleboard and stuff down there. Go ahead and do that.
No, I think, although it's raining outside, I think they're going for a hike, they might all melt. And you don't want to be in any of these draws if it's raining.
I know. That's why I can't imagine, that you're not hiking, so.
Yeah.
No.
I was just being silly.
So we're ready.
That's
We're off.
okay.
Should have turned it off.
Yeah.
But
And I'm getting that
are we live?
You're live.
job
We're
description.
live.
hopefully.
So
We're
Sheila,
back in session.
Sheila's getting us copies of the job description right
she
now,
is.
and there she is. So
I did this. Is this
you
gonna
just
work?
did the one sheet.
Yeah.
I think it'll work. I think
Okay.
it'll be okay. Actually, let's get the one that the full one.
Okay. Well, that will work as a reference. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll keep these in reserve. This was the one page.
Mike,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
long is the job description?
Well, we had a one pager that was something that come off of the internet, but I was going to get the full one that we looked through, the whole shebang. The
How
official
long
job
was it?
description. It was probably 5 or 6 pages if I remember. It was long.
That one I couldn't read anyway.
Yeah, it comes out of the Taleo system.
Is that what it is?
Yes, the state system that we have to use.
Okay, if necessary, at this point I don't need it, but if necessary, can it be sent to me?
If necessary, it can be. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And my apologies on the delay on that. I was sitting here talking to Lila during the break, and I failed in my mission.
The hikers were planning on going for a hike today. They've all left. But it's about 45 degrees and their hike was supposed to have been at 10,000 feet. So I think they've gone to at least a plan B and maybe a plan C because there's snow up there.
A beer with lunch sounds good to me.
So how's the DSA treatment you on?
Well, I mean, it's okay for the moment.
We're live.
We had the positive hits
Mm-hmm.
in my neighborhood, but most of my cattle are down on the side, north near, well, all of my cattle are at the Buffalo Jump versus in the Madison.
Mm-hmm.
And they just finished their quarantine, I think, so they've been quarantined since, I don't know, January, so it's been no fun. And then the elk herds have raised Cain because they have now left where Turner's place is, gone across the highway, and have been down on that Buffalo Jump plateau where they met the herd that came off of Horseshoe Hills, crossed the interstate, and came in
That
there.
bunch that sits over there, they
Yeah.
crossed.
Yeah, so they crossed last year or year before too, but the Turner elk hadn't come all the way down ever before.
Mhm.
Now they have, and they wouldn't go back.
Oh.
So Fish, Wildlife, and Parks had a bit of a hunting season, so they were in the hills right across the county road from my place.
Mm-hmm.
But they never came down to the house.
Hmm.
But it's just... I mean,
Getting
it's
tighter, getting tighter all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All those horses that are in that area, is that next to you, or? There seem to be a lot of horses on the.
Yeah, near the interstate
Mhm.
there. Yeah, those are dude horses, and they're near me. I'm about 4 miles up the road.
Oh, I didn't know. I just happened to see all those
4 or
horses.
5.
I've been waiting to see our neighbor takes in some horses from the Bighorns area, the place on the Bighorns, and brings them over to our area and winters them. And they were out all winter. I've only seen 4 of them show up. There's about 20 I've had over there to see what they look like. 'Cause I know they never got fed.
Well, these are I think mostly 320 ranch horses, dude horses.
I've seen horses in 78 and 79, we never touched them, but it blew more in our country, and they wintered well.
Yeah.
They didn't come in, they came in strong without big bellies, but if they're old or any problems, well.
I had 2 in 75 that got out We never found them till spring.
Spring.
They were not in good shape.
Yeah.
Good shape.
And this looks like it
Unfortunately,
was the version that had the edits in it that we made.
I was
after
just
the
gonna
board-
say,
after
I
the
see
board meeting, so you'll
I see
some-
stuff crossed out.
You'll see some comments and such in there, but that's the final version we settled on.
When we came down through, I'm trying to think if it was Salt Lake or Moab, there was quite an article in the newspaper about the BLM quietly going to Interior to get permission to greatly reduce wild horses on public land. And quite an article about it. But it included the Pryors and a lot of Nevada and all this other stuff around here down in this area.
Yeah, they're a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
Is it close? So just to reiterate, we have 6 questions. We know who's going to ask those 6 scored questions. So the opening and the closing don't count as one of the questions, just so you know. So we have those numbered 1 through 6, and who's going to ask those. Everybody's got their score sheets. I guess I would ask if there were any last questions of me before we start. If not, I will retrieve our first candidate, and we will get started.
Yeah, all my life I've never interviewed for a job. You know, it's,
Yeah, I understand.
well, you know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you probably wouldn't have hired yourself.
I'm sure I wouldn't, you know, and so it's really, it's so odd.
It
So,
is
yeah,
odd.
for me, sometimes
Yeah.
I look at this and I go, huh, oh well, I wonder how that feels.
You can sit right here. There's
Sometimes not
those
very good.
microphone pucks.
I'm
in
sure
front of
they
you.
do.
Right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm Lila Taylor.
Matt Wagner. Nice to
Hi,
meet
Matt.
you.
I'm John Scully.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Matt, John LaFell,
Nice to
Chair of the
meet you.
board.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. You got water and everything?
I got
Everything else
water.
you like?
I think I have everything I need, so thank you.
Perfect.
And Matt on the phone joining us from Utah. Can you introduce yourself, Nina?
Yes, Matt, my name is Nina Bacchus, and I apologize for not being there today, but I am by phone and will participate through the phone.
Great. Nice to meet you.
So Matt, we sort of set this up so there's questions that are going to be asked by different members of the board, and we're going to go kind of through that
Okay.
situation, be the same for each individual. It says opening. Would you please briefly introduce yourself and what attracted you to apply for this position?
Yes, so my name is Matt Wagner. I am originally from Havre, and I now work for the Department of Transportation and Construction in their contract admin section. I am a CPA. I've been certified through the state since 2009, and I graduated at the University of Montana, so go Grizz. And what attracted me to this position is just I'd love to get into a position that has more financial and accounting involved in it, and just being able to manage people. I enjoy being around people and being able to just work with them. I also come from a long line of my family that has been cattle ranchers for many years, so I believe I'm about 4th or 5th generation. So yeah, so I'm just very interested in the livestock industry and just in general having that in my background.
Okay, thank you.
Matt, one of the things that the industry faces, like everybody else, is embracing technology and doing things in a more efficient way than what we've been accustomed to in the past. Can you give us an example maybe of changes that you were able to introduce in your existing position
Yes.
that benefited, that created efficiencies for your stakeholders, and then how did you manage those kinds of projects as you engaged them?
Yeah,
Sort of a
absolutely.
two-pronged question.
Okay, absolutely. So, as I said, I currently work for the Department of Transportation Construction Admin. We manage all of the heavy highway construction contracts. Our budget's about $300 million a year. So, there's a lot going on. I think we have 200 active projects at any one time. Prior to my obtaining that position, everything was done by paper, down to we have a paper contract. All of our progress estimate payments were sent out by paper check, and then we would send out the progress estimates showing all the bid items to the contractor by paper. We'd mail those the day before the payments would go out. Down to even all of our contract documentation was paper as well. We do a lot of federal modifications. We're federally funded for the most part, and so we have to monitor those budgets, and we would send over our requests for additional funding by paper. To get in there, we have embraced going electronic, at least in terms of a lot of our documentation, and this resulted into a lot more efficiencies that we are just quicker in general at getting information out to our stakeholders. The contracts go out. They still go out as a paper copy because we can't quite get away from that, but we send out electronic copies as well to the contractors for them to review. In terms of our progress estimates, we now have got most of our contractors on a direct deposit form of payment, so they receive their payments within a day versus before, just depending where they're at, it could be up to a week for them to receive their checks. And also the information going out to them, the progress estimate that lists out all the bid items that we are paying on, we now email that to them the day before the payment goes out, so they know exactly what they're being paid for. So when they get the check, they can reconcile that immediately. Under state law, they're required to pay their subcontractors within 7 days of the payment being cut. And before, if it took a week to get the payment to them, they had a very short turnaround time to having to pay their subcontractors. Now with direct deposit and getting the list of bid items immediately almost, they can then have time to process what they're being paid for and then cut checks to their subcontractors. So I think we've helped them to be in compliance with the law. We've also, in terms of getting modifications done on our projects, we now can email that over directly to our fiscal programming division, and they can program and add the money at the federal level immediately, which results in us having a lot less overruns to account for if we go over the project amount. And we also are just keeping a lot less paper. Before, we used to send down, I think, about 30 boxes of contracts after they close out at the end of the year. Now we're down to about 10 in the amount of paper. Most of that's electronic, so instead of having to make an appointment to visit records retention if we need to review documentation, we can now go onto our servers and look it up immediately. It's in PDF, so it's searchable. So we do not have to have staff time devoted just to leafing through paper.
Can you give me an example from a project management standpoint of a project that you managed and the outcomes of that project and the time frames, parameters that might have affected how you managed the project?
So you're talking like a specific construction project or just
any particular project? If you had a project that included other people and
okay,
that you had to get done in time frames and how you had to manage other people in a project?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of our paperless process was we currently prepare our payment estimates. We have to put accounting coding on them. And at the end of the fiscal year of 2017, accounting gave us, we then send them over to our accounting department. They put them in the payment system to send the checks over. At the end of 2017, they told us they would no longer accept paper copies of our accounting records. They said you have a month to transition into a paperless process so that we can just put them through a server in a PDF file. I currently have 5 staff that each one of them has a different district of the state, and so they're the ones that prepare the paper, prepare the accounting sheets, and then I do the final review on them. We had, like I say, about 30 days to move that into an electronic format. We had to then learn how to use the different approval stamps in Adobe to mark our approvals. We used to initial everything. There had to be a wet signature. We had to move to some type of stamp that we could put directly on the document, which then we set up approved stamps and reviewed stamps so that each person had their own stamp. They would stamp it. They then would have to send an email directly to me saying these are ready for your review. I would review them, and then we would move them into an accounting folder to be paid. We had very good luck. Part of it was working with a lot of different people on this that had been there for many years, so they were used to the old process. So we had some hiccups in making sure that we transitioned, that the paper was more or less gone. I mean, we could still print it out to review it on our end, but we still had to do everything on the computer screen in those PDFs. And so we did accomplish that in our month goal or our month deadline. We're still working through some learning processes in terms of just getting a little more efficient and getting those documents transitioned on a timely manner. Also in better communication in terms of, okay, I'm done with this document, you can review it. Because most of that now comes through email, which before it was a stack of paper dropped on my desk. So, yeah. So that's been one of our big projects. And yeah.
Matt, the position of the Deputy Executive Officer is a position of influence and leadership, and a reputation for integrity and credibility are qualities that are critical to this success of this position. Give us an example or examples of how you model high standards of honesty, integrity, and trust and openness at work.
Yeah, so part of my model of managing my staff is I try to be very open with them. I do have an open door policy that, if you have issues, you have questions, you have comments, you are welcome to come in at any time as long as I'm there and chat with me. I try to keep in constant communication with them. I try to touch base with them weekly. Being I have a smaller staff, we do not hold regular staff meetings just because it doesn't make sense with the group that I have, but we are all in the same area, so I can usually get to each person's cube or office and chat with them individually. And part of showing them the integrity of what I do is, working with them to identify errors and telling them that it is our job to make sure we're doing everything right. Because we are federally funded, most of our charges they have to be very accurate. If we're charging to a project, it better be for that project. And so we do a review of all our project charges to review, if you're charging to it, was the work truly for it? And that's usually not an issue, but I talk to my staff a lot about that because we run the risk of the federal highway, think about what their name is, Federal Highway Commission. They could deny our project charges, and we would have to fund the entire project with state funds. So it's very important that everything is very accurate, that we're complying with all of the federal rules in terms of what should be charged to it, what documentation we have. We try to maintain a lot of openness about that too. Is okay, this is what's going into there. Why is that the case? And if I have issues, I try to talk directly to my staff. I do not like to go around them if I don't have to. Discuss things ahead of time. And show that we're trying to be on top of it. We're trying to do the right thing for them and solve issues before they have to be escalated above.
Thank you.
Well, part of this job is building consensus and conflict management within this because, we manage a lot of different areas. So the livestock industry has many constitutes with competing interests. The department serves the livestock industry and is a uniting force for the producers across the state. Give an example of a highly charged conflict that you have been involved in. What techniques, strategies, and behaviors did you employ to diffuse and resolve the conflict? Specify in your answer what entities were involved, what steps did you take, and what was the outcome? Fairly complicated question.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of moving parts.
A lot of moving parts.
So actually, I'll go back to prior to my time at the state government. I used to work for Galusha, Higgins and Galusha in Havre. They were an accounting firm, and we used to do a lot of tax prep, and we did a lot of audits of small governments, schools, and hospitals. So one of the biggest conflicts we got into was usually an accounting and treatment of a certain transaction. We worked with a local hospital to do their audit, and they had issues with identifying what is a revenue in terms of patient collections and insurance, and when it should be booked as a revenue, or if it's truly should be an accounts receivable because they may collect it in the future, but they weren't known. And we identified that there were issues in their calculation of what was truly collectible. They tried to keep their numbers very low, just to help with bonding and credit with the credit agencies. They had loans, and so they would like it to look that the revenues were higher and that they were collecting more from their patients than they probably were. And there was some potential gray area in what GAAP accounting says is correct there. So, my audit partner and I, we completed the audit. We looked through the receivables and we looked at their methodology of how they determined what balance was truly a patient receivable and what wasn't. And in the end, we came up with a number that was about $100,000 higher than what truly was. And the CEO wasn't very happy with us about that. So we provided our documentation to him and showed how we calculated it and why we believed it to be higher. We showed him what GAAP or what accounting standards we were using to determine that balance. And then in working with him, we were able to come to consensus that their numbers should be recalculated and brought a lot closer to what we had calculated. He understood why we were working with him. At first he thought, as auditors, that we were there to get him in trouble. And we kindly pointed out to him that we're hired by the hospital to help them stay out of trouble. It is our job to find these issues, because if we find them, it's a lot easier to help them correct them than if a federal agency or a bank or someone else looked at the books and said, well, you got bigger issues here. And working through that, we were able to build a pretty good relationship with him. And he understood what we were doing, and actually in the years subsequent to that, they kept their numbers more in line with how we thought they should be calculated. We were able then to work with the board to make sure they understood why we were doing things, and we ended up getting full support of the board and the CEO in terms of their audit. So,
thank you.
I was just sort of chuckling because I serve on a hospital board, and I think you were at one of our meetings once.
It's very possible.
This one, I want to try to make it clear, dealing with financial issues. Can you give us a project or a process that you implemented or had to use that performed cost accounting analysis relative to cost of products, margins, pricing, that kind of arena? And then when you did that, if you have done that, how did you incorporate that in any kind of budget process?
Yeah, absolutely.
So cost accounting methodologies and how you applied it, example.
Yeah.
And then how do you transfer that into a budget analysis?
So that's a great question. So currently in my position now, most of the accounting we do is cost accounting. I mean, we track all of our costs on a project level, because a certain project, any costs that are associated to it have to be allocated to that, just so we keep that accurate for the feds, that we're not charging the wrong thing. So we have an accounting system that allows us to track by project and agreement, and then by phases of work, whether it's preliminary engineering, construction engineering, construction. We are constantly running the reports to view those charges, hitting those different projects, verifying that they are accurate. If someone is charging a lot of time to a project that we've been told is completely finished up and there's no one on the project, we ask a lot of questions of, are these truly costs for this, or should they be an overhead charge, or should they be on a different project? And then in terms of our cost accounting, we're always monitoring the budgets on those projects. Each project is given a federal limit of how much money the feds are willing to reimburse us for their portion. That limit can be changed up or down, if we have justification why we need additional money, or at the end of the project, if there's budget remaining, we can release it to allocate it to a new project. So we're constantly working in the cost accounting arena on all of our projects. Unfortunately, in that example, we don't do much markup or anything on that. It's just strictly the costs are what the costs are. But we do also have quite a bit of equipment. We have our survey equipment. We have variable message signs that we have to track. And if a piece of equipment is used on multiple projects, you cannot charge that to it cannot be charged to the federal government, because you're getting double dipping, so to speak. And so we have set up a system in which we purchase this equipment with state funds. We take what the cost is to purchase. We have depreciation lives for each piece of equipment that we run through, and then repairs, maintenance, licensing, any other additional costs that are part of that equipment. And we've built formulas to determine that, okay, these pieces of equipment, we think the life cost of a variable message sign is $10,000. We think it'll last us 10 years. And we break all that down into an hourly rate in which then we can bill that to a project. So if we have the signs in our inventory at MDT, we can then, when they're building the bridges out here between Cedar and Capitol Interchange, the contractor would borrow or rent the signs from us. They would put them on the project, and then they would constantly track the hours they were used. We would then take that rate and charge it to the amount of hours so we could charge our projects. So we were constantly tracking how much use they had and how much life they had remaining. And there was some markup on that so that they can, for the most part, try to fund themselves. I mean, if you bought a sign and you charged it out with federal funds, you didn't have to. You should be able to make enough money back on that when the time comes to replace those items, that you could purchase them again with the amount of money you received back on them. So we have, I couldn't tell the exact numbers, but we have an inventory of the signs that we're constantly monitoring. We do budget for those every year because we have developed a schedule of, I think it's 7 years all around the state of our survey equipment, so that each year we're buying the same percentage of equipment instead of having to buy 100 survey pieces of equipment all at once. It's, I believe, like 17 a year. And so we do try to budget to manage that, okay, we're going to buy 17 this year and 17 next year. And then obviously the field crews that are using it try to let us know, oh, this one broke, this one's getting a little worn down a lot faster than we thought. That way we can work it into the budget that, okay, we're going to have to replace this one ahead of schedule, or, hey, this one's lasting us a lot longer, or we can adjust our budget to accommodate for that.
Okay, great, thank you. Obviously in your business that you've had to generate a lot of accurate reports, just like this position will be required to do. Could you give us a little more knowledge based upon what your experience is relative to monitoring budget processes that you go through departmentally, et cetera? And then how do you work with other managers or other people in your organization to understand the operation and financial impacts of those operations, and give us a feel for sort of budget discussion, arrival at decisions, and how you go about doing that.
Okay.
You know, we would include the discipline to manage the budget.
Yep.
You know, so you got a before and you got a during and an after kind of discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, I work for the Construction Contract Administration Bureau, so we are in charge of the biggest expenditures that the Department of Transportation has. That's our contractor payments. They're typically around $300 million a year. That varies a little bit. And usually, the legislature gives us our budget for the year on how much it is for contractor payments. At the beginning of the year, we take our letting schedule of projects that we believe will be let throughout the entire fiscal year, plus all current projects that are going on, and we plug them into a spreadsheet that's basically says this is what the award of the current projects is minus the amount we've already paid. And then we have the engineering estimates of all the projects that sound like they'll be let to contract during the year. And we take letting dates and apply how many days after letting they typically go to construction when they start, and what type of work is usually done on the project to develop our contractor payment projections. And so then we project at the beginning of the year what we think they will be for the year. Like I say, they're within $20 million either side of $300 million, but we try to get them pretty darn close. Usually we're within 5. So we do our projections at the beginning of the year, and then every quarter we then do another projection for the remainder of the year, applying what has been spent the first 3 quarters, and then half year, and then 3 quarters of the year. So we're constantly monitoring those based on what we spent, what we think we're going to spend, and then sometimes projects that we're going to be let to contract don't make it, or some are pushed in from other years, so we then have to adjust for that. And currently we run that on in a spreadsheet. At MDT we do not have any software systems that quite can do all of the moving parts of math that are required on those. Along with that, we monitor our supplies budget and our equipment budget, and we check those quarterly. We then communicate any major differences in what we think we're going to budget to what's been spent to our fiscal contact in the engineering division, and then to our budget contact over in the administration side. And we work with them to determine, okay, if we run over on our supplies, do we need to cut that back, or is there another bureau that's potentially got capacity to absorb it? Contractor payments, usually we have to keep that pretty well in tune, because a lot of times we do run over our contractor payment budget, and it's about 87% federally funded, so we usually then can go to the legislature and say, hey, we need to do a budget amendment to add the additional payment. And the big thing with that is they usually will work with us pretty close, because paying the contractors is a pretty big deal. It's pretty big, and obviously we like to keep the roads in good shape, but we have to work with them a lot, because like I say, our budget, it can swing millions of dollars pretty fast. In a year like this year with all the snow, our budgets will be our projections are coming in a lot lower, because construction's quite a bit behind where it was, say, last year when we had 50-degree days in February. So especially in the spring, we're constantly monitoring that to just say, okay, we spent $5 million in February. Last year we spent $10 million. So will we make that $5 million up in June? Probably not. So we need to adjust our budgets so that they kind of know. And then we communicate that to our division administrator, and then also to our director, just so they know what's going on. And if they have places they could potentially move the budget to, they could use it. We have a lot of areas at MDT that use substantial budget, consultants, utilities, right-of-way. And so we try to make sure we use the money properly, but if we aren't using it in construction. Can you repeat the second part of your question again?
Well, I think you're pretty
Have I covered? Okay.
Yeah, sort of in budget preparation, probably.
Yeah.
How do you prep for
Yeah,
You
and
got
so
the during and after part, maybe the before part.
the before part, yeah,
How do you influence others to abide by
right.
the decisions you made?
And that's
Tough conversation, so to speak.
It can be a very tough conversation. Now, usually we start with what the model budget is from the legislature. They say these are your budget numbers. This is what you've spent in the prior couple of years, and so we then try to build that budget based on, okay, we know we've spent this and this and this. Do we think it's going to be a different year than last year? No. So we can try to project similar to that. And then we have to work with a lot of the different managers. We also do budgets on the project level, like I said, with our federal agreements. And we work with a lot of different managers there that, if our budget's $10 million on this project, and we have one specific project in Missoula right now that, because of the way it's funded through state funds, there's no additional room for change orders. And so we've had to communicate that to our project manager and to the contractor that unless it's something major, you find that we have to excavate something we didn't know about, or water main was out and you're going to have to replace that, we really can't sign any change orders on this project. And it can get pretty heated because there's always stuff that comes up. We try to pay actual quantities on all of our estimates. So, if it's like, well, we're going to have to do additional work, we have to be able to make the choice that, hey, you can't do that additional work because you're going to cause us to go over budget, so we might have to leave that in place. And usually the contractors work with us pretty well because, they kind of have to in terms of that's how they'll get paid. But sometimes, they have to argue it's the good of the traveling public that we fix it, and we have to make the decision of, what kind of issue is it, and if it is something to fix, can we find budget elsewhere? Because, like I said, some projects do come in under budget by quite a bit. Is there a project that will be under budget and ending at the same time so that we can essentially shift the money from one to the other?
Great, thank you.
Me. Sorry. I'm just soaking it in.
We're trying to be professional here, Mr.
Oh well. You get what you get.
That's the fun of it.
In your current job, how do you evaluate your employees? Tell us about a time when you had to work through a serious performance issue with an employee, and what methods did you use, and what was the outcome of the situation?
Yeah, so that's a good question too. So I do currently do performance appraisals for each of my employees every year. Annually, we try to get to them in January. We've had a little turnover lately, so we're working to get all that finished up. But I try to evaluate them on their performance. Most of my employees have been there longer than I have, so they know their positions, they know what they're doing. So a lot of times, I just try to monitor them that, okay, if you're doing this amount of work, you know what your job is, is it still getting done? If not, what's going on? Is there issues? Am I getting complaints from other departments or other employees saying, hey, we're not getting the right information, or we're having other issues with these employees? And so far, I've been pretty lucky to have good employees that hasn't been a big issue. But I try to evaluate them on their performance, what they're doing. I don't work so much in terms of the hard numbers on that if you did 100 projects closed out last year and you only closed out 95, well, that means you're slacking. I don't believe that's quite accurate because everything changes, plus things happen, and so that's not a good way to evaluate. I try to evaluate more on what they're doing, the quality of the work versus the quantity of the work. Also, and then on their relationships with the other parties that we work with, because like I say, we work with a lot of parties, the contractors on the private side, we work with all the district employees that are monitoring our projects for us, and then all of our accounting department who, they say they're the ones that process our payments to the contractors. So I kind of feel out how things are going with those different areas, if there's issues with my staff. I also try to evaluate them on how they're doing to further themselves along. I try to offer training to them or conferences and different things to give them new information, new experiences, and I try to watch to see if they take that or if they kind of are just content to stay where they are. One of the bigger issues I have had is I had an employee retire at the end of last year, and we were unable to fill the position, and so we had to shift duties to the remaining 4 employees I had, which involved we kind of took some of the duties that the one person was doing and we split them out by district to the remaining employees, so that instead of having one contact for change orders, now you're going to contact your district person for change orders. Most of my employees had no issues with it. They understood the process and they've moved on. I've had one employee that's really fought back against me to just, she'd rather have taken over the duties of the retired person instead of being assigned a new district and new duties and still having to maintain equipment. And so we've had a transition period with her. I've talked to her, I've worked with her to get her training on what she's going to be doing. I've had a few conversations to just explain that, for what we believe is the good of our group and of the rest of our MDT employees that depend on us, this makes the most sense. And slowly, but she has come around to understand why we're doing it, and she's picked up all of the things and ran with them. I've also been able to help her, and telling her, you can make this your own. We didn't really have a process in place before, so now run with it. Let me know what you're doing, just so you don't kind of go off the tracks. And it's worked great because she's actually made some of our things more efficient. We used to keep equipment and equipment manuals down in a cage in the basement. She cleaned it out, and we found serial number books from the 70s. Most of that's available online, plus I don't know how many pieces of equipment we see that are from the 70s, but specification manuals from the 30s, and she's made it, our downstairs space is now much cleaner. She got rid of a lot of stuff. She also stocks a lot of things for our equipment, batteries and cables and stuff, and I've helped her to say you can do this yourself. You can stock the items or you can just order them, because most of the time, most of us order this within state, we can have it within a day or two, where we're still, if we stock it, we still have to send it to the district and they won't get it for a day or 2 or a week. So it's worked well to kind of give her the freedom to run with things, at least within the constraints I give her, but I've had good luck, and she's been happier with her job, and we've actually are getting things done a lot faster and more efficient, so it's worked out well.
Good.
I have a follow-up question that can I ask? Do you, you'll get used to him. Do complaints come into you if there's from contractors, or are you kind of the one that gets the complaints, or does someone else, and how do you?
So it depends what the complaint is. If it's if it's like a civil rights issue, we have a civil rights department that goes to. So if it's like accommodations, or a contractor's not participating in ADA, or we're making it so they can't, that goes to civil rights. But in terms, we do get some complaints. If a subcontractor is not getting paid by their prime contractor, those phone calls usually come in to me. And we have certain policies in place. Usually we send the bond, the performance bond to the contractor. We send the information for that to the sub, and they can file against that. There's certain things we can and can't do, unfortunately. So, but I do talk to. We had one project that the contractor blew up a little, and we had a lot of subcontractors that just didn't get paid. So that was kind of a tough time, because there was a lot that would just like us to cut them a check. We couldn't. I had to explain to most of them that, unfortunately, we contract with the prime contractor. The prime contracts with the subcontractors. So, yes, there's state law saying you have to be paid in 7 days, and we do monitor that, because if you're not getting paid, we want to help. But we can't, in turn, cut a check to the subcontractor. We can't go around the prime. So I could give them information. I'd give them the bond. I could tell them, hey, we did pay the prime contractor for traffic control. We know you subbed that out, so yes, you should be anticipating a check. Or we actually didn't pay for any of those items last month, so there's a good chance that's why you didn't get paid. Is we didn't have any recorded work at our cutoff date where it was probably beyond that, so you'll get it next month. And yeah, some of those get kind of heated because I get a lot of those are, they're small businesses and they are running on shoestring budgets. So I mean, we try to do what we can to help them get paid, and sometimes I really feel like a bad guy saying, well, I can't pay you, I can help you, but I can't. I don't really have advice to say if you're going to get payment or not.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
yeah.
You good now?
Yes, thanks. I just want to know how much heat you take.
So I ended up with what they...
When do I get to ask follow-up questions, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it isn't on, I don't see it. I have a closing question I was going to ask Nina.
Is there a possibility that I can ask any follow-up questions, or do I just listen?
Well, I think the rule is that you, on the bottom of the sheet, that you have to ask the same question of each candidate if you ask it, unless it's a clarifying question of some sort.
To me, they were clarifying questions. So what would you like me to do?
It has to be asked to each candidate, your follow-up question, because you can't pick and choose. Nina.
Even if it's clarifying a statement by the interviewee?
Clarifications are different, correct?
Yeah, here's the problem, Nina. We don't know what your question is, and we're in an open meeting, so it's pretty hard for us to answer your question. So caution would be advised.
All right, just, let it go.
So I've ended up with a closing question.
Okay.
How does this job fit in with your overall career plan?
Yeah, don't say the second part.
That's a great question. So, I am a CPA, and I enjoy doing a lot of accounting and financial work. I currently do a fair amount through the Department of Transportation and Construction, but I'd like to move up and get to know different parts of the state government. I've worked as a state employee, I've worked for transportation my entire career. And so part of it is I'd like to be able to move up. I'd like to be able to see different parts. Another thing is, like I say, I come from, most of my family has been ranchers in the past. Some of them still are. So I find it very interesting to stay in that arena if I can. I do have a passion, especially for agriculture, but livestock in general. I've branded many calves in my days. So, and so part of moving up in my career is I want to be in a position to help the livestock industry, like I said, because my family comes from a lot of that, and do my part to promote it and further it along, and to help it just, stay in the good graces of the state government and the legislature. I know that's always a big part. It can be kind of a tough relationship, and I want to help them succeed with them and do well.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions you have for us?
Do you have questions for us?
Not too much. Is there any travel with this position? Is it pretty?
Yeah, I would say travel with this position would be very minimal.
Okay.
The primary types of travel this position would be when we have public meetings out in the state. Sometimes we're working with constituents and stakeholders on various issues or processes that are a lot in the financial realm. And then occasionally folks at the senior level might have to fill in and go to meetings that I typically would attend with some of our stakeholder organizations, but I would put it at less than 20%.
Okay. Sounds good.
Anything else for us?
I think that's about all I have.
Very good. Well,
Thank you, Matt.
Well,
very
thank
much.
you guys.
Appreciate
This has
your
been
time,
a
sir.
great opportunity. So.
Yeah, it was
Enjoyed it.
enjoyable.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, have a good rest of the day.
You
All
as
right,
well.
We'll do that.
Can I ask you guys now the two questions and see if they're appropriate? Or is that not?
Well, we're in an open meeting at the moment.
She can ask them.
Yeah, I can't stop a question. Not my job. Be careful.
Well, I simply wanted to ask if he was involved in the process of switching from paper to electronic there, and if he dealt with actual costs of equipment, etc., versus that charged by contractors.
Well, the first one I think is very much so, right?
Well, he answered
Yeah.
both.
Oh,
The first one he for sure answered. But explain the second one.
Well, I don't know that he did.
Well, but
If-
here's the issue, Nina. That
Yeah.
he was asked the question, and he may not have answered it in your perspective, but he may have answered it in other people's perspectives.
Yeah.
So you can't say, "Hey, Sam or Sally, you didn't answer the question. Let me ask it again."
Okay.
Cross that out.
Okay.
See what I mean?
Okay.
So sometimes it's a lack of clarity by the person asking the question. So we try to get that right. But you try to ask it the same way each time, and so it's up to them to receive your question and respond accordingly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the risk is, this is Mike, the risk is, as everybody was saying, if you don't, that clarification, you're giving that person an opportunity. The next time, if you're unclear about something and you don't do the same thing, you've not given them the same opportunity to expand and refine their answer more to what you're looking for. And so you do just have to be careful. It's about equity, just making sure there's equity between the experience of each candidate.
Yeah. That's a little hard when you're on the phone.
Yes, it is.
That's
It is
true.
very
We
difficult.
we recognize that.
So maybe, like the second question, I guess more is where my thinking is coming from, and that's the charges at the lab, and getting a better feel for how we figure how things cost, and are we charging what they actually cost? Are we charging with a markup, or is
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah, that-
Yeah, we're open here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get into that stuff.
Okay.
You
then I
have
just
you have
don't
3
have
other
a question.
candidates that potentially are sitting there listening to us right now. So please don't give
Okay,
them the answer
that
you
makes
want them
sense.
to give you.
Yes.
Right. So we have a 15-minute break. Should we go to a recess?
Yeah.
I think so. Yes.
Yes.
Just so we're not sitting here
Are you
staring
in
at
charge
each
of
other.
this, or?
Yeah. I mean, yes.
Call back at 11.
Call back.
Nina.
Yes. Call back at 11. Can you do that for us, please?
Okay, I
All
can
right.
do that.
Thank you.
Or should we be calling her?
Well, either
Does it
way.
make
if I-
any difference who's paying for it?
No.
Well, sometimes it
Yeah.
does.
All right.
You guys are live.
All right.
Just barely, but we're live.
Well, Mr. LaFelt has called us back to order here. I will go and retrieve our
He's-
second candidate, James Waters.
Preferred name is Evan.
Preferred name is Evan.
James.
What'd you lose?
No. I just was trying to figure out if I should fill this in. I don't think
Always
it's
do
funny.
mine at the
It's
end.
like livestock judging. If you can see it and you can remember it, you can do it later. And if you can't see it and you can't remember it, it's not something you want to remember.
Could be the case. I
Yeah.
don't know. Once again.
Hi, Evan.
Hi.
Hi, Evan, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this fine day? Thanks for applying.
Morning, Evan. How are you?
Very good, thank
Good to see you.
They didn't jump up nearly as fast as those guys. See ya.
And Evan, we have one of our board members on the phone with us today, Nina.
Good morning, Evan. This is Nina Bacchus.
Morning,
and
Nina.
I'm just going to be here by phone.
Well, welcome.
And they tell me I can't ask questions because they can't see my questions before I ask them, so I'll just listen.
Yeah, well, that's always been an issue. So I've been designated to give the opening statement, and then there's other questions that the board members
All
will
right.
pass around.
Okay.
So please briefly introduce yourself. What attracted you to apply for this position?
Well, my name is Evan Waters. I am originally from the Highline. I was born in Malta and raised on the farm and ranch on the Highline. Raised on a tractor, raised with livestock and on the horses. One of the things that attracted me to this job is I would love to have that ability to come along and help this industry, because the livestock industry is a huge thing, not just to Montanans, but to the United States and to the world. And one of the things we want to do is try and help protect our resources so we can feed everybody around the world. And hopefully that I would be able to help this department be assistance to help our industry.
Thank you.
Evan, as you know full well, the need for government and the industry to embrace technology is upon us, and contributes to our success. And we have, in this position and elsewhere, the obligation to identify new and efficient cost-cutting processes and methodologies. And could you give us some feeling for what efficiencies or cost-cutting measures, resource savings that you've implemented to better serve your stakeholders? And then, how did you manage that project to its efficient end, and what was the outcome?
Yep. Well, Mr. Scully, being in the positions I've been, I've never been on the IT implementation side, being the ones to identify those. However, in my former position, my former job before I moved to Helena, CPA firm in Malta, we were our IT person was in Glasgow. And of course he could remote in and help us do everything else. But we always needed somebody to be on site to help with those cases where they wouldn't be able to. And I was there in that office in order to help him. Not only that, but if there's other issues with that, I was helping to train the other folks in the office on how to operate those new programs and even install new equipment with those guys. But on the project side of it, as far as implementing it, I have not been on that there. In my own little practice, though, trying to be more efficient, buying new programs and new software and implementing themselves, but that is just for myself, but also being able to track those and be able to like the PDF, print to a PDF rather than scanning in or printing and then scanning and then faxing, learning how to do this print right to a PDF and fax something or email something right to somebody. But
Lucky they have names on these.
I mean, the second piece of the puzzle is that, oftentimes when you take on technology or efficient cost savings resources, it's through a project activity. Can you give us some feel for what project activity that you might have engaged in the past, how you handled it and what the outcomes were?
As far as IT or just kind of
Anything. Any success
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
Whether it's,
So in my
some efficiency gained or success gained along the way.
right, yeah. So in my former job, again, accounting firm as CPA, one of the things we were doing was auditing, with schools and small community or small schools, towns, cities, hospitals, etc. One of those new programs that we had installed for the whole firm for our auditing took on how can we import all of this stuff and make our process of importing all of these numbers into our accounting software faster, and I was part of that. So I created a process to help all of the other CPAs help import all of these trial balances. These trial balances, even though they're small schools and stuff, you still, it's just like the state governments, you still have several funds, and so it might be the same account number, but it's a different fund number. But in order to create our financial statements as well, have these trial balances be imported into these financial statements effectively, efficiently, and accurately.
Great.
Evan, the position of Deputy Executive Officer is a position of influence and leadership. A reputation of integrity and credibility are qualities that are critical to the success of this position. Give us an example or examples of how you model high standards of honesty, integrity, trust, and openness at work.
Yeah. So, just a little background. As a CPA, CPAs are required to take at least 2 hours of ethics every other year, and that's part of our continuing education. So it is a course that we have to attend and we have to have certified. And I just attended one course here last month. So the state puts these on every year, and I do attend those every year. Now, as far as how to project that onto the rest of the staff, it is a communication to the staff of if there's an issue or something, it isn't about going out and trying to put a blame on somebody. It is rather, okay, here, what happened? Okay, here, and a lot of that time if it is somewhere, somehow it falls down to a certain position, and it's like, well, the buck stops here. And yes, it was my fault. That I didn't do this here, but let's fix this here. And the openness of having that communication to not put the blame on someplace else, but here it is. It's me. It's let's fix this and let's do it. But communicating too that the transparency of all transactions or something that. Oops, we did something here. Let's go back and we'll retrace our steps and fix it. But just making sure that everything is out there in the open and making sure that we're not trying to hide anything, and the appearance of ethical transactions, ethical behaviors is paramount of the successful in that.
Thank you.
My turn. It's a big, long question, so a few words I don't enunciate very well, but this is building consensus and conflict management. The livestock industry has many constituents, they say, with competing interests. The department serves the livestock industry and is a uniting force for the producers of the state. Give an example of a highly charged conflict that you have been involved in. What techniques, strategies, and behaviors did you employ to diffuse and resolve the conflict? Be specific in your answers. What entities were involved? What steps did you take? And what was the outcome?
Well, auditing is always one that can come up with a lot of conflict. As an auditor, got to audit on some reservation. We had tribally owned corporation on one of the reservations. Very successful corporation. They were doing a cost system. They were working for the building fuel systems for the federal government, for the armies, portable fuel systems, what they were building several years ago. And they had to come up with a way to do their cost analysis to do their progress payments, with the percentages of jobs completed so they can get their job, or so they can get their payments throughout their jobs. And it was how we had the conflict about how they were calculating their percentages that was complete. Some of them, they were saying, well, we put this many dollars into it, so therefore it is 80% complete. But it's still going to take you another, just because you have all the material here, you're only halfway done because of the time that it takes to build these. I mean, those pumps were $60,000 pumps. And you have several of those in there. Yeah, you already have it, but it's the building of the rest of it. So we had to come up with a conclusion, a compromise of how to calculate that percentage of completion. And we were trying to communicate that it should be on a time and a dollar, but they were hesitant about how to do that. So discussion with the management and their CPA that they were utilizing at the time, and just the meetings, we were able to come up with a resolution. But it's just the meetings, the communication is how we do that.
Very good, thank you.
Well, I've got a couple questions, Evan, on finances. Can you give us a feel of a project where you've completed and performed cost analysis to arrive at appropriate pricing levels for anything really, and what steps and methods you do to do that, and then after you did it, how did that relate, if it did, to any budgetary preparation? Sort of two parts to it.
Yes.
One, have you done it and how? And two, are the incorporated in a budget prep
Right.
or analysis?
So I've done a couple of them here in the last few years, trying to figure out which one would be the best one to relate to both sides of this question. And we go to the first one, I guess, that I had completed, is milk inspection cost pricing. We needed to create a pricing schedule to do the milk inspections. So we took our expenses and allocated them, overhead and everything, and to bring into what the true cost is of the milk inspection program, milk and eggs program. But to do that, we also had to pull out other aspects of that, such as eggs, the egg inspection side. So because it wasn't really part of the milk, in order to get the milk pricing. So we pulled those expenses out and allocated those kind of allocations. And then as part of that, cost analysis too, making sure that you have all of the overhead, the accounting side and other items that aren't directly in that are not direct expenses, but would be part of the overall expense, just like any large corporation where they have to calculate in their CEO into part of their cost. So when we did that, we got the expenses broke down, and then we went through and calculated the prices. If we had this many plants to inspect, how long it might take these guys, and we developed their pricing schedule. That now, think on the second half of that question there would be the how does it affect our budgeting. When we figured that out, we were also able to better allocate costs throughout the whole division. At that time it was a division, the milk and egg division. There were several little bureaus inside of that, but we had to allocate, bring that back, that budget for the milk inspection side and see this is what this part cost. How did I do on that one? Anything to clarify on that?
Yeah, that's where we were headed. The deputy EO position has to generate accurate reports for the board, so that the rest of the organization can know what's in the budget, and then manage monitoring of that, and manage others within your organization to respond to it. What budget monitoring processes do you currently use, and how do you ensure that the budget reports can be understood by various audiences? And then how do you handle, tough conversations with others based upon management decisions that require budget discipline?
Okay, the process we use to set up the budget is the budget basically is pretty much set up on the prior year history. As most operations go, you know what your past expenses were. Then we look at the items that we anticipate that we might not have anymore, or more importantly, what we're going to have, such as new equipment. Maybe we need some more new personnel. When we set that budget, and when we get that approved, then during the year, run monthly or bi-monthly financial reports off of the state computer system, and I put them into a program that I have a set of financial statements that I have created that breaks it out in by division, and I get it down as far as the bureau in most areas of the department. The budget then has been set up, allocated based down to those bureau levels as well. So with those budgets set up, we have the budget status report set up compared to the actual expenses year to date, and then so we know how much of that budget we have left. But more importantly than that, we used a projections system. The projection it kind of varies depending on the bureau on how it's calculated, because some areas they have large one-time annual payments, so we know when those are happening. So that was calculated, but we use different rates. So we take those projections and we compare them to the end of the year, what the total budget is, and we project to see where they're going to be. Those bureaus or divisions that are going to be over, then we sit down, or that we're projecting to be over, we sit down and we discuss with the managers of those programs and find out how accurate those projections are, because I'm the one that's doing those projections with some of the input from them, but they need the input after I do the projections. So when we sit down and we find out if we're going to actually probably be over, then we have that discussion with the top management and everybody, and say, where can we save? Can we move money from one department, or not one department, but one division or one bureau to another? And sometimes we just try and hold those expenses down, such as trying to not fill positions or not buy that piece of equipment, or those, something similar to that.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'm coming. In your current job, how do you evaluate your employees? Tell us about a time you had to work through a serious performance issue with an employee, and what methods did you use, and what was the outcome of that situation?
Well, in the current position, trying to use a semi-annual evaluation system. We're implementing a new system right now, or has been implemented. Setting up goals for the employees and then evaluating them at the end of the year. There is some stuff that I'm still working on that I do have to clarify with them at this point. The crew that I have now, when I first started, up until about 6 months ago, they were here before I was, and they did their jobs. They knew their jobs, and they're very well. They do them well. I haven't had any issues with the current folks right now. We have had to hire 2 new people in the last 6 months, and they're working out well at this point. So I haven't had to have any disciplinary actions taken with any of the folks that I have. But just if I go back to our prior employee, when I was supervisor, if you would like.
Sure.
This would be several years ago, we'd have folks, or I'd have an employee who wouldn't be on time. After several coachings, we'll call it coachings, even though at that time it really wasn't, it was talking tos. That was a lot of years ago. But they wouldn't be on time, and after discussing this with them several times, it is, you need to be here because there are other people who are ready to go home, and if you're not here at this specific time, then they have to stick around, and it's not fair to them. But I did end up terminating that person.
Kind of as a follow-up, do you have complaints come to you? And if you do, how do you handle them?
And what kind of complaints?
Well, in your position, whether it's complaints from, any kind of complaint.
Okay.
If you're an employer or if it's the job you're in now or however.
We do have complaints come in, and it's if the complaint cannot be handled with the staff level, then I take that on, and I will either visit with that client, customer, constituent, whichever it is, and I will discuss it with those and see what the problem really is, and either handle it and say with that person, and find, to make sure that it's a legitimate complaint rather than something, against us, or if it's just something they're going to complain about anyway. But if it is on something that we're doing, then I take care of that with that client, customer, constituent, and then I will go back to personnel and find out what is happening at that level. But it's the communication and asking the questions and finding out what the true issue is.
Okay, thanks.
That was number 6, and now I have a closing question. How does this job fit in with your overall career plan?
Oh, overall career plan. Yeah. Well, this position does have a lot of the accounting, and for some reason, somehow, even though it came from the farm, and as a kid, I'd rather be out riding on horses or a motorbike or messing with the animals, I did grow into liking the accounting side. So then I went back to school and college. With the accounting background that I have, being on the Highline, grew up in Malta, or went back to work in Malta for a accounting firm up there, working with the tax returns, working with the farmers and ranchers, helping their finances, and they're doing their tax returns and things like that there. This position is really a big part of my life. It's part of my heritage. It's part of who I am. Working with the agriculture folks, livestock, and but this position here, the Department of Livestock just feels like a place where a person could do well and feel like they're doing something great for the community, and it's something that I'd like to do for a long time.
Thank you.
Any questions that you have for us?
I think being here, I think I know quite a few, quite a bit, so I don't have any.
Well, I appreciate your heartfelt sincerity in your agricultural dedication.
Yeah.
I can feel it in you, and I appreciate it very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Evan.
Now you can
Yeah,
relax.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Evan.
I'm letting my leg go to sleep.
Early lunch.
Yeah.
Thank you. And what I'm telling folks is that by Monday, we're going to find out from these interviews today, and we're going to know what the next phase is. I'm not waiting until the board meeting on the 23rd, but the commitment is that the decision will be made by the 23rd.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
90, you sound like you're getting nervous. I hear you tapping.
No,
Oh.
I'm just sitting here writing notes.
So,
So I take it we're going on break now until 1, or what goes next?
That's probably what's next. We got a little free time here. So
it's free time, so we'll recess till 1.
No hikes, though.
we'll recess until 10 to 1. Is that
10 to 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can handle that.
Okay. All right, let me get us turned off.
Stop. August, no. April, May.
May 2nd.
2nd.
Okay, our next candidate, Brian Simonson, is here. I will go
Thanks, Dan.
retrieve him and bring him in to get started.
Is she in the toilet? Is that what she said?
No,
No?
I don't
She's
think
in the
so.
shower?
She's in the shower. She was up. I don't know.
Is this Sheila?
No.
Oh.
Nina.
Oh, she said.
Yeah.
I've got it all, but I'll promise I'll turn it on mute if I need any of it.
All right.
Yeah, please, if you decide to take a shower, for
I've got
sure.
it all.
Please take a picture so we can see it later.
I will do so, I promise.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Where do you want me?
Oh, you'll be right here because
Okay.
we have the phone. We have one of our board members in on the phone. So.
Hi, Brian. I'm Lila Taylor.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Lila.
meet
Brian
you.
John Scully.
Nice
Thanks
to meet
for
you,
being
John.
here.
How do you do, Brian? John LaFell.
To John.
Two
Yeah.
John.
Okay, that'll make things easier.
Scully and LaFell. There you go.
And we have another one of our board members joining us from Utah today, Nina Bacchus. Nina?
Mr. Simonson, I'm here on the phone and will not be asking questions. I'll just be listening because I don't know what questions the other guys are asking.
Thank you, Nina. And please, Brian, I don't know how to respond to, that's my father you're talking about there, so.
Mr. Simonson.
Thank you.
Well, perfectly. Welcome. Glad you're here. There's a series of questions. I'll ask some. John Scully will ask some. Lyle will ask some. We'll move around. I have the opening. Would you please briefly introduce yourself and what attracted you to apply for this position?
Right. Okay, so my name's Brian Simonson. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, Vice Chancellor at MSU Northern up in Havre. Grew up in Havre. My wife grew up in Havre. Did 20 years in the Navy. Retired out of there as a lieutenant commander in the logistics arena. Then my wife and I, made a leap of faith and we needed our kids to know who their grandparents were and that kind of thing. So they didn't see them very much. So moved back to Havre and was fortunate to land the CFO job at the clinic there. And then when I would say the Havre dream job came open as the CFO for the college, I was like, yeah, that's me. I want that job, and I was lucky enough to get it. So I've been there for 5 years. Undeniably, the major thing happening in our personal life is that my wife has been working for about 3.5 weeks now at Fort Harrison, and she got a promotion in her job. She was a family coordinator in Havre for the Highline for the National Guard and the veterans, and they promoted her to the coordinator position. So she's getting payback for 20 years of me running off and doing things, and she's living 4 days a week here in Helena, and then commuting home. So I'm like, okay, Helena offers a lot of opportunities for us and our family, and certainly not opposed to. I have my 2 older kids are in college, and my younger one is a pretty independent cuss, so he can thrive anywhere. So it's a good fit for our timeline to look on and look for something else. And then staying in state, the state financial arena is very important, if I'm going to look for a good fit. And this is one of those positions that came open, and so I certainly applied for it.
Thank you.
You bet.
Brian, as you well know, your background and what you're doing now, the government and livestock industry has been tasked to become more efficient in many different ways, technology, new avenues that provide efficiency to your current organization. Could you identify for us your experience and how you manage a cost-effective, efficient, new approach to some process or some objective?
Sure.
And then how you folded that into your budget.
Right.
In that process, and then maybe make a comment or two in Part B, and I'll say Part B again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to start writing these down every
project
2 minutes.
management, how you engage project management, looking for outcomes, working with others, etc.
You bet. I could pull some military experiences for sure. We did a major revamp of the material handling, financial and personnel issues with going to a new ERP system in the military at my last command that I was at. But at the college, certainly we're in a competitive business for students, and I'd like to say we're doing better than we are, and maybe we are doing well when you look at the demographics of high school graduates and where they're going to school. I mean, the whole state's suffering. And Northern's staying pretty much level. We know what our mission is, and the students that identify with that mission seem to come to us, pretty good. But you can't sit on your laurels and use the same old, whether it's an assessment tool you're using or something in recruiting or a new, if you're trying to do some analysis and that kind of thing, you've got to upgrade. I'm in charge of facilities, the IT department, the bookstore, food service, financials, and all of those things, we've upgraded what we use for management purposes and for customer service portals and that kind of thing to make life easier for students and our faculty and staff, on the campus. So you have to, if anybody's watching state funding, and higher education and tuition freeze era that we just pretty much came out of, you realize we're not really growing any resources, especially when our enrollment's been flat for 10 years. So you got to get creative in how you're going about that. Now, typically you're replacing, right? So you've already got a management system for admissions and recruiting, or for the academic side for productivity, and you're going out now and competing, an RFP for a different kind of apparatus or a new one. And so one of my jobs, I think, as a financial officer, is to keep abreast of what is out there and what the trends are or best practices, and to stay in good communications with the other CFOs and areas of concern at other schools, whether they're in the state or just nationally. There's lots of associations to belong to with all those various departments that I run. So I spend a lot of time researching that and looking for what's out there and what's available and what's cost effective, because another aspect of the CFO is undoubtedly the first thing that comes is the Cadillac, right? I mean, we want the Cadillac, and it's like, okay, I want the Cadillac too. I'm on board, but in our financial situation, this Volvo or VW is, or Chevy is really the appropriate thing for a school of 1,200 students. I mean, if we were Bozeman, we'd have the Cadillac. If we're Northern, we're going to put a little bit more sweat and grit into it and make it work for our purposes. So you also have to look at the scale of operation that you're doing. I've looked a little bit at your financials and some of the reports, so I'm a little bit aware of, as with Northern, there's state funding over here, there's fees over here, there's a possibility of, you don't have very many, doesn't look like very many federal grants, but there's always that possibility out there for R&D or, testing and that to garnish some money, I think. And we are engaged in that at Northern quite a bit. We're pretty opportunistic, right? So keep your ear to the ground and hear what the feds are doing or what the state's doing and try and capitalize on that and see if you can secure some resources for yourself that way. That mix of, and for Northern it would be tuition and state funding. That would be the two predominant mixes of something that we're pricing for the student and looking at our costs, looking at our what the market is going to do, what meets the student in the middle or the Montana household income, and then we're optimizing to come up with a mix of that. So one example would be in food service. When I got on board, food service was losing about $300,000 a year. Now, most of that, and then being compensated by the housing people. So the housing rent was paying for the food service. So they work as a group together. They live or die together, which has some similarities to what I see maybe going on here, even though they're two different operations. But when I came on board, we looked at, should we outsource this? Because we're doing it in-house, and it was pay one fee and eat all you want. And so there was a lot of waste involved in that. And so what we decided to do was get some help. We got some visitors from Bozeman to come up and help look at our organization, and they're in-house too. And we tailored a solution that kind of mixed two things together. Kind of mixed on one side where you pay this fee and you eat the regular food that comes out as it was before, and then you have this other side that's kind of your commissary. That's your switch, that's priced somewhere between the gas station up the street and the Walmart, for costing. And so it's a benefit to the students because of the locale, and they like those frozen burritos and bottles of soda or Gatorade and that kind of thing. But we don't let that eat into our what that other operation can do. So that other operation could maximize funding, on staples, potatoes, and lettuce, and meat, and that kind of thing. And then the students could pay a premium more over here for these nice-to-have things, all rolled into their meal plan. Well, that worked. I mean, we're still probably running about $50,000 in the hole, and we've had growth in our housing. We've upgraded some some of the housing, increase some security and that, and so we've seen a growth in students. We're not at, about 250 would be the number to break even in the food service. We average about 200 students using it. So but we're just about there, and that jump between 300,000 and 50,000, made all the difference in the world for what we could do. We could upgrade our equipment. Because we were surviving before, but we could do a lot of things to make life better.
Terrific.
Okay, I'm not sure if I grabbed all those questions.
No, the second part of it was the project management. How you approach project management. Give us an example, maybe how you approach it. So we've sort of done that, but
yeah,
that was the second half of it.
I was hoping that food service example was going to work for project management.
It's okay with me.
No, yeah, I
just want to make sure it's okay with you. I
yeah.
promised you the second half.
On the in the IT world, we have formed another aspect that really wasn't happening when I got there at the school was that the person I replaced had been there for 25 years and retired. And so with that kind of, mission creep of that job and everything, and then just, I think if you spend 25 years in higher ed, you're going to get, you're going to know better than the other person pretty soon. So there's a lot of things that were held to the chest. There were no committees that met, and there was no real conversation. The only conversations about whether or not you could have money or not was held in the chancellor's office with the financial officer, and and it was like yes or no. We'll make the decision right here, and so that's fine. It worked good. It's very efficient, but it did lend itself to the new guy coming in having a credibility issue right up front, because if you continued that way, you don't have that 25 years behind you to say, I know what I'm doing. So the first thing I had to do was stand up all the budget committee, the facilities planning committee, the computer fee funding committee, and so we started having, dialogue again in the college as far as what we were doing. So whether it's the LRBP process or phase replacement of computers, or upgrading of classrooms, or the auxiliary committee on how are we going to fund major improvements with next to no money, so we're talking bonding and that kind of thing. It was through committees that we manage those projects, and I chair those committees and I drive the agenda for sure. But I would say I'm not reinventing the wheel we may have started something that died a long time ago, but through shared governance and through those committees, we identify what our total resources are and what our objectives and goals, how it fits in with the mission, and then we drive project management that way.
Great, thank you.
Brian, the position of the Deputy Executive Officer is a position of influence and leadership, and a reputation for integrity and credibility are qualities that are critical to the success in this position. Give us examples, or an example of how you model high standards of honesty, integrity, trust, and openness at work. You said some of it. But.
Yeah, it's in higher ed, it's a little bit of a challenge. In the military, it was very transparent. Everybody knows what everybody makes, and everybody knows what the resources are that you were allocated and where it's going to. And so, the major thing in leadership there is to be honest and to tell the truth and to be courageous enough to have conversations that are difficult. I would say in higher ed, I transitioned into a little bit more of a dynamic of mistrust in the financial world, right? That we're hoarding, the pots of gold are everywhere, and it's keeping, certain groups from getting what they want. And it all centered around, the finance officer and the executive officer, having goals that are what? I'm not sure. But we weren't driving new cars or anything. So that is, the major thrust in leadership, in higher ed, as far as communicating to the stakeholders, whether they're community members or legislators or just, the faculty chair of the, technology center. You got to keep going at the notion of, this is everything we have. This is what I can't do for you. This is what I can do for you, and to keep that conversation going. And when, I certainly end up, and I might even say it's part of my job description to be the naysayer to a certain degree, to be the person who, says, I'd love to do that. I'd love for you to do that, but, and so I have to be able to do a lot of budding and then, circle back around and still see if we can make progress on whatever we have, or go to another department, and say, if we're going to do this over here, we're going to have to stop doing this over here for a while or curtail it, and personnel isn't a real option in higher ed as far as, that's where everybody's money is. 75% of our resources are going out to personnel. Well, when you're in a tenure system, higher ed doesn't allow you to really manipulate that 75% very much, or at least not in, it'd take you 4 years. You're making contracts with those freshmen when they come in that they're going to get a degree in 4 years, and I support all that. But so you got to get inventive with, outside funding, with donor support, with doing new contract negotiations and getting, people. I mean, you'll get, we'll get Pepsi to fund our new scoreboard, right? Because they want to have those exclusive rights to the campus. So you got to be able to stay abreast of what's acceptable out there. And then you have to, again, like I was get back to, you have to keep the honest communications flowing. And you're still going to have. We're in union negotiations right now with the faculty, and still there's $750,000 of money that I'm keeping from them. I'm like, if you want to have a nursing program here, that $750,000 represents 4 nursing faculty that we need to hire, and a dean for that college. I said, you're right. I put that away for next year, and that's a continuing concern. It's not open for, faculty pay raises, but I'm the person who has to say that, and I welcome, I welcome the notion of, good cop, bad cop to a certain degree. I mean, we're all on the same team. We all want to go in the same direction, but sometimes it's convenient to have somebody that says, I want you to be a cheerleader, right? I want you to be we're going forward into the future. And sometimes the role for holding that back a little bit does rely on the finance officer to a certain degree. So
Thank you.
I've been doing that for 20 years.
Oh, well, you're used.
Well, this question, Brian, is building consensus and conflict management. The livestock industry has many constituents.
Constituents. We'll help you with that.
He
Every
does
time.
that on purpose.
With competing interests, the department serves the livestock industry and is a uniting force for the producers across the state. Give an example of a highly charged conflict that you have been involved in. What techniques, strategies, and behaviors did you employ to diffuse and resolve the conflict? Be specific in your answer. What entities were involved? What steps did you take, and what was the outcome?
Okay. I'll go back kind of to the statement about coming on board and having a culture shift for the finance officer, expectation changes. At the time that I came on board, there were 2 colleges: the College of Technical Science and then the College of Everything Else. So, nursing, arts, science, education. There's a mix in there. Those 2 deans, and then facilitated kind of by weak provosts, I would say, probably, or, transition of provosts repeatedly will cause that also. Consolidated a lot of power in those 2 dean positions, which is all well and good. They're still there. Well, actually, the one dean is now the chancellor, so, and he's got a new perspective. He's been that way for 4 years. It's all good. But when he was the dean, and I don't know if you know Greg Kegel up there, but he seems to get around the state pretty good. So in the budgetary process, we just forked over, his whole budget in a lump sum dollar figure, okay, and to the other dean also. But Greg kind of is the lead dog on how that came about over time. And then there was no oversight of it from that point. I couldn't see any granularity except for what the $150,000 he had for an operating budget, and then what he spent. I could see if I want to get down to individual purchases, but I'd have no notion really of what the business department spent, what the diesel program spent, what the automotive program spent, what the secondary technology program spent. And then we couldn't make any productivity or do any analysis of programs or that's about the level we got to as programs. But it was just to the college, and then whatever they did with it was what they did, and we paid the bills when they came in. And so I went to the chancellor and I said, if you want to have analysis, if you want to have, if you want to do any kind of statements about, productivity or efficiency or sustainability, you're going to have to give me, some more insight or some more granularity into the system. So yes, go forth and populate. So I went to Bozeman. I said, the Banner system, which interfaces with the Sabre system pretty seamlessly. I'm pretty used to Sabres, but we reconcile every month. But the Banner programmers are in Bozeman, and so I went and I talked to them, I interviewed them. I said, "What can we do?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, we can not mirror Bozeman's, but we can get down to the same level of granularity that Bozeman has for programs and colleges." So I got the program. In its infancy started, a project. And this project took 1.5 years to complete. Well, what I needed to do was get Greg and Chris at the time on board with it, right? Because at some point in time, I'm going to say, oh, here's not 150,000, here's 20,000 and 30,000 and 40,000, and they're going in these departments, and then and there was a lot of back and forth eventually about changing, where the money went. He's controlling his money, but he's just controlling it in pockets that we can do some study on. So I'm like, okay, we've got this kind of worked out and figured out, and we're ready to, get out of the sandbox and roll this thing out. And it's like, okay, well, have you talked to Greg? I'm like, no, not yet, because I really didn't have anything at this point to do, and I was avoiding it because he's a big guy, and he pounds the table a lot. He still pounds the table a lot, and I was only 1 year in the job, so I'm like, okay, so I called or we set up a meeting in the library. For the 2 deans and the provost and myself, and we go over this issue. And there was a lot of pounding of the table. There was a lot of, that's mine to do with. I manage. You're saying I don't manage that, right? All the criticisms that come with, trying to get into somebody's business, and I had to just let that wash over me, right, and let him have his half an hour of, I'm a bastard, like So, but after we were through that half an hour, the next half hour and the next 3 meetings went very well, because I explained that it's still your money, It's still you can do it anything you want to with it. We can put it wherever you want. But the next dean that comes on board here is not going to manage this the way you do, and you're not managing to the way the industry wants us to report it or look at it, and so, you know, with this chancellor and myself, we would like to do this, and we want to do this with your support. And after a while, it was okay. And actually, that was about a half hour is all I had to endure for a major change and transparency through the organization that occurred because of that change. So we really, you know, you do need to let people be suspicious, and you have to quickly get back to the idea that we're all on the same team and really driving for the same goal. So.
And the outcome?
Oh, I couldn't be happier with the outcome. I mean, we did, for example, a year later after it had been implemented. Now, it only had 2 years really worth of data, so, you know, it's that impacts how much you can really say about a program that's been around for 50 years. You know, I mean, well, 1927 for the college, but I mean, you know, you want some data. So, but with 2 years of data, we then embarked on a program prioritization because Northern, and it's a trend in all the colleges to look at the programs and do some, you know, profitability, productivity, you know, and you're trying to put programs into quintiles, and you know, and then push money where, you know, divert money if you can, or push money where you need to help. We couldn't have done that. We couldn't have done any of that analysis. Well, we could have done it, but it would have been hard, and it would have been not at the institutional level. And so, if one college is fighting with another college for money, if one agency, you know, is fighting with another one, it's hard to get an institutional perspective, and so you need institutional data to make that happen, and that facilitated that. So it works really well, and it's part of my budget committee now, and those deans sit on my budget committee, and along with some other big stakeholders for the school, and everybody's used to it. So really well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You touched on some of this in the process, but can you give us an example, maybe more detail of what you've already talked about a little bit, about how you went about the practice of cost analysis, and
Sure.
then maybe what led you into, you know, you're talking about your burrito activity, I suspect, is part of that cost process, and then pricing after that. And then maybe give us a little bit more about how you then, after doing that cost analysis, move that into budget consideration. What process did that take, and how did you do that? Right.
So, of course, the major one for the institution is the current unrestricted budget. So and that's basically the tuition revenue and then the state revenue. So, and that's about, you know, $16 million, 10 of tuition, or 10 of state and 6 of tuition for Northern. So we're a little bit backwards, you know, compared to some of the other schools that way. But we're a highly the technology programs are a little bit, they're not as cost efficient as the liberal arts programs are. So that tends to be the case at a school like ours. So one of the initiatives, and quite frankly, it is an initiative that I'm necessarily in favor of, because, and it's at the OCHE level, but with OCHE, the Commissioner of Higher Education, you know, the inputs for that come from for what I'm talking about is setting tuition rates, right? Comes from the CFOs and the data that's on the campuses, and so, you know, we certainly feel involved. But what we went from, and a lot of this has to do with Missoula's declining enrollment, right? That we used to have a budgetary system 2015 up to 2015 that entailed, you know, you had so many FTE we had a kind of a cost of, or a baseline of what your state money was, and then it was adjusted based on FTE. So as Missoula was losing 500 students a semester, they were becoming unsustainable. So by 2015, we switched to a cost of education. Okay, so in that switching from an FTE based state funding rate and then the corresponding tuition rate, because if you don't have the state funding and you can't cut personnel because of a 10-year program. I mean, just like I think here, you've got some state funding, but you're also setting fee rates, based on your operations. You're going to adjust tuition or other cost revenue centers in your organization to compensate and shift resources. So we did some shifting from, state to auxiliary to grant funding. We moved some pieces around so that we could make it work. What I'm getting to is in looking at that, what we decided to also then for analysis was to go and start sectoring ourselves into peer groups, right? So Bozeman and Missoula are a peer group, Billings, Northern, Western are a peer group, and, Butte's doing their own thing, whatever they're doing, which is good, fine, good for them. But so in setting prices or setting, our strategic plan, you're looking at cost. So what is it that what's our historical costs, our incremental growth, inflation, all the things that go into the, the governor's budget matrix for present law adjustment and pay plan. All that kind of thing is cost, right? Then you're looking at, where do you want to be market-wise as far as distinctive, right? I mean, prior to going to cost of education model and peer grouping, we were highly focused on our price point being attractive to, the students and the people, that we're getting from outside the state. And then benchmarks and peer groups is what was really introduced in this function. So instead of us really getting to set prices anymore, this tuition and fees are the same at Western, Billings, and Northern right now. There's no difference. We've lost the ability through this change over to set our own tuition rates. We're gonna move as a group, and then that's also then based. Our peer groups are not just us three. Our peer groups are all of the colleges in the Northwest that match our kind of demographics. Regional comprehensive schools is basically the small regional comprehensive schools. So, from an accountant or a statistics kind of person, that really plays well at OCHI to have peer groups and everybody moving in the same kind of way. From a marketing, admissions, recruiting, translating that to community members and other stakeholders, it doesn't work so well because nobody thinks that MSU Billings and MSU Northern are the same thing. You're getting two different animals. Maybe you do. I could be engrossed in the in the system now, so I see a huge difference. So if you're going to set pricing, you're going to look at those things, right? You're going to look at cost. You're going to look at the market, supply and demand. What it can bear. What is your mission? If efficiency and effectiveness is your mission, then you're probably driving those prices down. If you're trying to do R&D and move forward and take risks, then you're probably going to need some more resources to facilitate that kind of thing. So I would start with the mission, as we do in every job I've been in. Articulate that down into some budgetary frameworks or things that we want to fund, and then look at the analysis from a market, a cost, and to your customer, what it means, and sustainability. If you can't, we could. Right now, our dorm rooms are $600 cheaper than every other dorm room in the state. So we went after differentiation in another area, right? We couldn't differentiate ourselves anymore based on tuition and fees. So we're going after another area, and that's what we talk about when we recruit and that kind of. I mean, there's other ones besides that, but you need to, have some distinctiveness and something to talk, a story to tell.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The other piece of the financial puzzle, some of it you've already talked about as well. This position is going to be obviously responsible for generating accurate reports to the staff, to the board.
You got some big reports.
Budget monitoring processes, and then you have talked about this already to some degree, but you have other managers within your institution that may or may not agree with what you have to do. Could you just give us a sketch again about some piece of that budget process, the manner in which you hold others accountable, and how you communicate with those that might not agree, and how you maintain that discipline over time?
Sure. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by, I don't know how long this interview is supposed to go for, and so I don't know how long to talk for, because I can monitor myself better.
25 more minutes.
Okay, all right.
We've only got 30 more questions.
Yeah. I'm starting to get conscious of,
You're doing okay.
If this was a half hour, I'm in trouble.
No.
I didn't know how
That's a good
long.
question.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. So the budget report goes, we have executive meetings weekly, which is the core leadership. So the core leadership consists of the department heads and the deans and the chancellor. In that meeting, I'll give them I produce a monthly report, just like probably everybody, organization looks at the previous month's where we're at status. So, the first of the month, I give them an overview there. I try to let them see the forest through the trees and not overwhelm them with, the same spreadsheet month after month that has, 2 sentences on it. I try to be graphical. I try to emphasize change and movement and areas of concern or areas of success. So that also transpires at the Budget Advisory Committee that meets monthly. In the Budget Advisory Committee, I have basically, for the most part, it's about 25 people that I chair this committee. The core leadership is about 8. And in those 25 people, besides the provost, my counterpart, the provost, vice chancellor, and the chancellor, they're not in the room. They're getting their brief, weekly at the core. Everybody else who really has some budget authority is in that room. So the facilities, the IT department, the dormitories. If you got a stake in the athletic director, so the gym operations and that kind of thing. In that meeting, I give basically the same kind of thing, but we also then look at, red, yellow, green. I mean, that's a standard kind of thing. These people are red, these people are yellow, these people are green. And if it's appropriate for a group like that, which, I again write the agenda and traffic the discussion to a certain degree. I try to keep it open-ended, and I think we do a good job. But we're not out to embarrass somebody or fight, in the room and that kind of thing. But we're out to give everybody else, a comprehensive view of where the institution is and where some problems are. And if I have to ask you in April, to cut back on your spending because we're 15% overrun on our burn rate, then why. Right, you can kind of figure that the athletic director had a great postseason and just sucked away, $250,000, to fly the football team to somewhere. You get the picture. Now, the athletic director, I'll just go off that tangent. The athletic director and I are going to sit in my office or his office, depending on who wants to look at what on what computer, and we're going to have conversations about how do we mitigate this? How do we what is the problem? It's a discovery for me for the most part, because there's a story behind every budget challenge or success, and I have to be willing to ask questions and not just make assumptions based on what the numbers on the budget line say. If he's 108% over on girls basketball, women's basketball, then there's a story there, and we need to either accept it or challenge it. I mean, men's wrestling, those guys have got some bad financial behavior, right? And so we pull in men's wrestling, and we're like, hey, you're done. Your recruiting trip is now not happening because you've overspent your budget. And and so we have tough discussions that way, but those are happening in offices, and that kind of thing. So again, I think public consumption awareness, transparency is very important, and we try to make that. I guess it's mostly a one-way. It's not just a one-way conversation, but it's a lot of one-way, or education and awareness, and those office conversations are back and forth and good. I spent a lot of extra time at work getting my work done, because I spent a lot of time during normal working hours in conversation, and I think that's very important. I wouldn't want to have that any other way, really.
Terrific, thank you very much.
In your current job, how do you evaluate your employees? Tell us about a time you had to work through a serious performance issue with an employee, and what methods did you use, and what was the outcome of the situation?
Okay. We do kind of standardized industry standard evaluations, 1 through 5, goals for next year, evaluation of the goals that we set for the previous year, and how did we perform, annual evaluations. I meet monthly with all my department heads in one meeting, or division heads, and then I meet with them once a month. In addition to that, in a formal meeting where we talk about what's going on, and then I think I meet with them every other day in their, just roaming their office, or they're coming in, and because we're a small institution and everybody wants to know what's going on all the time. I'm not a micromanager. I think I put a couple people on my reference list there that work for me, and they'll tell you that. But that isn't to say we don't have micromanagers in the college, and so, or squeaky wheels may be the better way to go. So we're always putting out a fire of some sort. It seems like on every other day. So I guess I'm alluding to, besides formal evaluations, we're in pretty good communications, and that's important. I haven't had very much turnover at that level. We've had lots of turnover at the lower level, and we've instituted, rank advancement within departments, so that the new guy can go, or the guy who got advanced can go off now and be the work for FICO or somebody else. We trained them. Now they're reaping the rewards at Northwest Energy or something. And so we've got pipelines to help facilitate that kind of turnover. So I think we're pretty stable there. But I did have, let's say, about 2.5 years into the job, I was looking squarely in the face of firing my facilities manager, who'd been there for 20 years. And it was because one of his employees complained that he was stealing, right? Now, I take all that seriously, and there's a hotline and waste, fraud, and abuse and all. I'm the chief auditor on our campus, so with me coming here, you're going to get a lot of side benefits that maybe maybe there's people who have as much experience with the state, but whether it's the LAD or the Inspector General or the A&E or the Budget Office or RMTD, they all call me. I mean, I talk to all of I know, Brett Dahl, really well. So, at a small institution, I got my hands in a lot of pots. Well, so I called internal audit. I said, okay, we got to address this issue, and I pretty much biased towards keeping. Dan and I get along really, really well, and I couldn't do. If he got fired or quit, I'd leave probably. I'd be like, forget it, we're done. He's that valuable. Has so much history and knowledge, and so I'm very biased against this report. I just can't picture it. Now, I'm a finance officer, so I know that if you give a person enough time, enough latitude, and you are building a recipe for doing something that isn't quite within the rules. So I can appreciate that anybody can steal, and I can understand it, and I'll approach it in the way that needs to be approached. So I'm like Daniel and Bozeman. I'm like, I need you to come up and take this guy's statement, and let's start pulling some information from whatever. Well, what it came down to really was that we would clear out things, right? And we would so we were clearing out a dormitory, and this is where the incident came from. We were clearing out a dormitory. One of our wings of our dormitory is not being used, and hasn't been used since the early 80s. And so it's been sitting there full of bat crap, and it looks terrible. I'm like, Dan, get that place cleaned out, right? Well, with cleaning that out came removing a bunch of plumbing, and so it was this copper, right, from the plumbing. And the internal auditors and us, with me, we pretty much, and this had come down to a culture of acquisition, right? It wasn't that Dan was stealing, turning the copper into Pacific Steel for money and taking it. It was really that he was, whoever was pulling the copper, those workers who were not the person who reported. That person worked somewhere else, right? They were throwing it in the garbage, then going into the garbage, pulling the copper out of the garbage and taking it down to Pacific Steel. All right, and one of those workers was Dan's son, and so that's how Dan really got implicated in this happening. But with internal audit and us, we came down to this notion of we really have had the history of the institution. People forget that it's a state organization, that we are beholden to the taxpayer, and that anything we have has to be disposed of properly, right? It has to go through a process, and that process hadn't really been used in a long time. I mean, for major things, yes, but for office equipment or tools or printers, I mean, if somebody said, oh, we're going to replace that device, and this is institutional wide, was ending up in somebody's house, right? Well, that's still wrong. I mean, and I'm like Dan, we're going to lunch, right? And I laid it out to him like, you are violating state law. You need to be, this practice that's going on here with the maintenance workers is, it should be reported to the Inspector General and, held accountable. And I mean, I scared the shit out of Dan. Dan and I are about the same age. He's a big guy too. But through that process, we instituted change, we instituted training, we communicated to the campus. Every single time I see somebody say, "Hey, we no longer need this chair," well, maybe I've slacked off in the last year, because I think we all understand that if it's leaving this campus, it's going through a disposal form and through the state process, and we had to make a culture change, and I had to scare the shit out of my facilities manager to make that, because that's where a lot of that happened. So that's my example. I don't know if it fits your criteria exactly.
Obviously, I guess you've probably answered this. You have a lot of complaints come to you, and I
Or
think
about me.
Or
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I guess you've kind of answered it how you deal with it, but that's kind of the question. As you get complaints, how do you?
Well, I guess I would just add that I'll shift my way of doing things. I make mistakes. I work within a box, right? I'm kind of the cost as an independent variable kind of guy, and so sometimes I don't see or appreciate the value that somebody else. I mean, like it's like selling your house, right? Like you appreciate the value of that house way more than the realtor does, right? Well, I tend to look like the realtor sometimes, and so I'll get a complaint come my way, or a complaint about any other customer service thing where we start losing sight of who the customer is, and for me or for my people, it includes the staff, it includes the faculty, it includes the students, and it includes the parents, right? It includes all those people through business services and all the other myriad of things. But I'll be like, okay, I won't go traipsing through the math department, looking at their facilities, and their status of their tables and chairs and projectors, without first going and talking to the head math professor and letting him know when I'm coming, and having him walk through it together and talk about what we want to do and empower him or her. So you have to adjust your behavior, for whatever those sensitivities are. I've gotten a few of those where it's like, oh, okay, you're right. I thought that was a no-brainer. I thought I was, innocuous, but you got to be sensitive. So.
Thank you.
And so they've given me what they call the closing question. Not like we didn't all do this together, but so how does this job fit in with your overall career plans? I think somewhat is answered. But.
Yeah, I'm not retiring anytime soon.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you've posted the salary range for this job. It fits in with that, especially with what my wife's doing. So I think we can, that fits for me. So I'm not looking to as a stepping stone or something like that. I think that's probably needed to be said. I like a job. Saturday, I'm going to sit on the podium and watch 200 and some students, file across and get their degrees. And that is a very satisfying deal. I mean, it is like, okay, that is why we're doing what we're doing, right? I think this program is something that I could get my hands around as far as what the value of it is and the mission of it. It's very concrete. It's very laid out. It looks like it performs a service that's needed in this state, nation, and I can gain value out of that. I'm not entirely sure if the Department of Revenue. I could extrapolate value out of that also, but I do think I like the idea of livestock. I do like the idea of this is really people's lives that we're dealing with here, and the safeguards and that kind of thing. I think it's something you can take in and get emotional about if you wanted to at some point. So I like that. I mean, I'm a military guy. I'm very, nostalgic and patriotic and all that kind of thing. So this seems to fit for me in that mold to a large degree. So I think I've looked at a bunch of your financials. I don't see anything there that scares me. I might say you're over inundated with data, but I'm sure that's it's all well and good. It's great stuff. I don't think I'd change a thing on day one, but maybe I would try to give a bigger picture or 30 higher level look at it for people and talk that way. but I'm not. I think it's a good fit. I love my job that I'm at, but I'm not going to lie. The ability to go somewhere and tell somebody, hey, we want to, look at, is this the best way we're doing things? Is there a better way to do it? And not have the. I'm not into firing anybody, okay? And I appreciate why the tenure system is there. But when you're trying to make a program better, and just by talking to the professor about it, you get the exact opposite response. You get the I'm not doing nothing, I'm out of here. You can't touch me. It's it's like, okay, I gotta rework that conversation again and go at that a different way, and that's all well and good, but that's very frustrating because it's hard to all be on the same team. This looks like, more of we're all really going to be going in the same direction. There'll be less of those people, who are salmon going the other way. And you got a lot of salmon in higher education, and so I'm gonna enjoy that.
Thank you.
You bet.
Brian, do you have any questions for us?
I didn't do a ton of research, but when I see that the department is one-time only funded, it generates a question for me as far as how the longevity of this institution.
Well, the good news is that we are no longer one-time only funded.
Okay.
That was the 2015 session. A lot of people around this table deserve credit, and folks on our staff, but through the 2017 session, we reestablished ourselves ongoing.
Okay.
We have some one-time only aspects, which are
everybody
planned,
does,
which
yeah.
are planned to be one-time only, but we're no longer. Any of our major programs are no longer on one-time only.
So maybe it's a history question. Where did you come from? I mean, I assume you're one-time only means you branched off from somewhere else.
Well, no.
Oh, okay.
No, it's
Okay. I don't know. That's my question. Is history.
One time only came about as a result of multiple audits dealing with at least one issue or two over a period of 3 to 4 or 5 audits,
Yeah.
depending on how you want to read them and the failure to engage them. It also came about because as a result of a variety of actions dealing with the brucellosis management issues, etc., the cash was drained from the organization. And so there was frustration at the legislature over the manner in which all that occurred.
Okay.
And so I think it was grounded more in frustration, get your attention, and relationships were terrible relative to staff relationships and their acceptability to the legislature.
Okay.
I chaired the finance committee then. We had to come in and do some cuts in October before the legislature of personnel, plus we put people on leave for a while, and then it turned out maybe we didn't have to have done that, but the data we ran said that, and so there's a whole combination of interpersonal issues, budget issues, cash management, violation of audit over a period of 3 or 4 audit sessions.
Yeah, you can only ignore those auditors so many times before you.
Yeah, well, and this one in particular was not a hard thing to fix, but most of the board didn't know that it had gone on for a period of time, if not all the board didn't know that. Yeah. But legislators who serve on those committees and served on our budget committee had a different view of that. And then if you have relationships that are not good and are acceptable in terms of providing information, then
right.
Yeah,
we've had a few legislators that have disparage isn't the right word, but I mean.
Well, but it turns out for us, and I'm somebody who came out of dealing with the old days of zero-based budgeting, et cetera, didn't hurt us a bit. It helped us because it brought the way Mike handled it, and the way the board handled it,
shine a light on
legislators handled it, It brought the organization to an understanding of what their budgets were.
Yeah.
And why they were, and you no doubt have seen some of that. So
Yeah.
it didn't hurt us a bit to do it, and
Okay.
others should go there too.
And
in private business, it doesn't hurt you either. So.
And I think it helps explain some of the other things that you pointed out and probably see in your research. One where, I want to make a statement, we're largely recovered from that. It was a situation, it created a job opportunity for me. It's why I'm here. I think these board members would say that. And it's also why you see this chief financial officer position available, because it's still part of a course correction. We're in the right directions. I like to say people, we bottomed out the valley. I don't know where we are in the curve, but at least we're pointed the right way.
Okay.
And it also explains the granularity, the sand level granularity that that you probably see within our budgets, to the point that we're just one step away from giving third level detail on purchases to our board.
Yeah,
there was
that's why, like, wow, that's a lot of information. I didn't,
Yeah.
I haven't sat in a board meeting yet, observed one, but I'm just like, that's a lot of information to get to a board.
And I'll say that there is purpose. There was
Sure.
purpose to that because of what was going on. And as being one time only budgeted, our presentation to the legislature last year, the term I like to put is pencils and paper clips when I'm talking to my colleagues around the campus here.
Mm-hmm.
We went to the legislature and talked about pencils and paper clips, and good on us, and good for doing so. It's how we got ourselves out of that, was by being able to, for years, not being able to provide that granularity, and then being asked to go to that level, and then being able to do that. Help do that. So that also kind of
awesome.
I just want to say that kind of explains why you see some of the reporting that you see. It was necessary to sort of reestablish a base from which to move forward.
Trust.
Well, and the other thing that I think helped start the integrity process again is that the industry came together, formed their committee to try to understand what had taken place, provided some very good insight and support, both in 2015 session and 17. But 15 was a real struggle, and so they really helped us out, and then they continued in their interim and haven't had to do as much for quite a while.
Yeah.
So
I love hearing all of that, especially because I'm coming on at this point. I mean, I can imagine if you were 2014, it might have been that might be hell on wheels. Hell on, yeah.
And that's the other thing, where it's a 6-year member appointments. So consequently, the board's actions want to reflect what's going to happen in the future. So if we put in the financial and make it strong there, then the next set of board members are going to have a whole lot better base than we did when we stepped in here, as far as understanding and making sure that those mistakes won't happen again in this operation.
The college is on a 7-year kind of accreditation cycle, and we're in our 3rd year now. So I was like 5 or 6, 7, 1, 2, 3 is kind of where I've been at, and it is interesting to see that you build up for these successes or whatever, and then you kind of hit the reset button a little bit and go, okay, now this is the next round of strategic planning and where we want to go, the next level. So I can understand that rhythm to things for sure. Staff might be my only other question I really have.
Okay.
Well, besides your hire date and all that, we can do that some other time.
Take care of that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So can you clarify a little bit?
Well, yeah, I can see the different subgroups in there, and I'm assuming they've all got some kind of accountant or something in there, or bookkeeper.
No,
I'm kind of wondering about that office.
Yeah. So as you see, it's about 140 FTE total within the department. Bodies wise, it's a little higher. We have a lot of seasonal employees because of seasonality of the livestock industry. All of our financial operations are centralized, unlike some state agencies. So we don't have a budget analyst in each of the 3 divisions.
Okay.
It's all handled centrally.
All procurement comes through here.
Yes.
Okay.
And so this position is responsible for the Finance Bureau, which includes a Finance Bureau operations supervisor, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, federal grants coordination. So that's a total of 5 people in that function. The IT bureaus, we have 3 IT staff is under that as well. We have 2 attached agencies that this position will work with. One is the Board of Milk Control,
Okay.
which does the financial formulation, so it fits really well under that CFO umbrella. Basically the formulations for figuring out producer to processor milk pricing. And the other attached agency is the Livestock Loss Board, which is also another one that's a mainly financial. It's us paying out
Right.
reimbursements and doing some grant coordination in that effort. So there's 3 employees in the Milk Control Bureau. There's 1 person that does Livestock Loss Board.
Is that are you going through RMTD for insurance and that, or is it all kind of in-house?
Yes, mostly all of yes, RMTD is and through Department of Administration, all of our
Okay.
insurance functions.
Okay. Yeah. Not dissimilar.
Yeah, not dissimilar. So we're not doing anything outside of that process, and probably work as an executive branch agency. Might even be more tightly bonded to that than
Right.
you were at the college.
Yeah, sure. We had a
that-
degree of separation.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And so
We're
that's
gonna have
the,
to watch time.
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So that's the total staff.
That sounds fabulous.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you. I didn't write down a thing, so I'll put
Oh.
my pen away.
Brian, thank you very much.
Yeah, that was great. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Have a good day.
You bet.
Enjoy this weather.
As far as time frame,
Yep.
so we'll see what we are.
Oh.
I just want
Yes, I'm gonna.
You there, Nina?
On Monday, whether we need to-
I'm here.
Sounds
Good.
like there's a mouse in a cheese box on the
Yeah,
table here.
I heard you snore once there.
No, I didn't have. I thought it very. I
Oh.
enjoyed his question.
Hold on.
Oh,
Nina, hold on.
we're on live.
We're on live, hold on.
What I was actually driving for was.
And right outside the door.
Oh, forget it.
And it won't matter if I'm not deciding. If I'm
I
not
keep forgetting I can't talk.
Well, neither can we, so if that helps you any.
Yeah, so.
How you
it's part of
doing?
the
Hands are all tightened up and you're doing the exercises.
That one
I
was
mean, I've got a strong.
was a typier one.
That was a tight one.
Is that the right word?
Yeah.
That's my new word. Typier.
Drive out without less than a month or 2 months worth of notice, you know what I mean? So, July, probably any time in July, if that's part of your consideration, I think we could do something. I mean, I don't mind going into the boss and saying, hey, they gotta have me, June 15th, but that's just, I would look back.
It's good to know. It's good to know that frame.
We may not have any
Yeah.
comment from the public unless someone shows up, huh?
Okay.
Well, maybe someone will call in.
That could be too.
Oh, it's all right.
That's all right,
We're
leave it
being
on.
real
We're about to
careful.
go.
We've got another person.
Because we gotta get Mike out of the
we're
hallway.
on.
the next one.
Huh?
No.
There's the chair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
no.
right up there. No breaks from this group. Careful what you ask for.
Sit down, let's talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Come on, Mike, I hope the other lady's not sitting down there while he's talking.
She must be.
Because she hasn't. She's holding him down there. If that's what you call it. I don't know what you call it.
She's being.
But I know Mike's talking right in front of her.
Just see her. Oh, they're visiting.
Is she there?
Yes. Down the hall. They're by the
Can I
table.
tell you a funny story? I went to high school with the first person you guys interviewed.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
I'll be darned.
Did you both graduate?
Huh?
Did you both
Did you
graduate?
both graduate?
I did after he did. It was the next year.
Yes.
What's that?
Oh, it's fine right now. Okay, sorry, we have Rachel Christopherson
Damn this.
here with us for her interview. So,
Hi, Rachel. I'm John
Just
Scully.
leave me a message.
Thanks
I don't
for
know why
joining
this
us.
thing's
Nice to
reading.
meet
I'm
you.
going to shut it off. We're in the middle of it.
Rachel, John LaFelt. My pleasure.
on the phone.
Rachel, I'm Lila Taylor. I'm sorry.
Nice to
And
meet you.
This is bad. I have it on mute and it's still ringing through. I don't quite get it. But then,
Yeah,
me there.
Yeah, okay. And on the phone we have one of our board members, Nina Bacchus. She's in Utah today, joining us by phone. Nina.
Good afternoon. I'm Nina Bacchus, and I will not be asking questions. I'll just be listening to what everyone else asks.
Okay. Nice to meet you, I guess, via phone.
Well, thanks for being here.
Thank you for
Appreciate the
inviting me.
time. We've got a series of questions.
Okay.
Each one of us has been delegated by ourselves a certain amount of questions, and I end up
Okay.
with the opening, and it says, please briefly or lengthily, depending
Okay.
how you feel about it, introduce yourself and what attracted you to apply for this position.
My name's Rachel Christopherson. I've been involved in ag and livestock pretty much my whole life. And for some odd reason, I went from ranch kid to CPA. I'm probably the only CPA in my family right now, even extended cousins, pretty big family. I really, honestly enjoy the accounting a lot, and I know a lot of people don't. But when I saw the position in the advertised on a state career section, I was just so excited because basically it combines my whole life background and my current career, basically. So it'd be a way to combine both the accounting and all the ag-related experience and stuff that I still enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel, as you know in your position, government activity in this industry, technology is moving us a lot of different directions. We have to embrace it, explore new avenues to create success, new avenues to create efficiency and cost savings. Could you give us maybe an example of a change that you've introduced that has made previous operations more efficient or effective or cost-saving activity? And then secondly, then after you manage that, tell us how you manage projects from a project management standpoint, and then put that project into your budget. So about 3 prongs there. One, the efficient issue, technology or otherwise, how you manage the project, and then how you engage it further in your budget process, in a budget process.
Okay, well, one of the things that I've done several places would be upgrading to paperless technology. One of the things that's really becoming common as offices get bigger, people get more spread out, budgets get cut, things just get tighter and tighter. A lot of places have found that they have paper files, and so they have a lot of their staff time spent, even highly skilled staff that really aren't cheap on your budget, frankly, filing. They're constantly looking for stuff, going to offices, hunting for stuff. And so basically, in a bigger system that's got a lot of things stored within a drive that all of the offices can access, and even remote, if somebody's out in the field with a laptop or something, they can remotely log in, pull up the paperwork they're looking for. And so if the main documents that you need, things that everyone's always looking for, sharing, are available to where people can just go into their computer, pull up the form and look at it, it saves a lot of time, a lot of money too, because then you don't have 17 copies floating around. You have the one main copy within your computer, and it's always there for everyone to access what they're looking for. So a lot of times setting those up, training the staff on how to use them, how to classify things so that everybody can find them, keeping things consistent, that's really been very common. most industries are heading more and more towards that. Like right now we're working with HUD, and each year they want more technologically advanced stuff. They don't want paper in their offices either. They don't have enough filing cabinets. And eventually storage space gets expensive too. So the computer is a more efficient thing. So that saves a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of storage space. And then it's your staff hunting for things so that nobody knows who borrowed it last. So the paperless stuff helps a lot with efficiency. A lot of times building big, like Excel spreadsheets for like time, projects, that kind of stuff. Coding them, like presetting them so that you can, everything's set up, everything calculates for you. There are only certain blocks that are open. You put in the data that changes each time, even if it's a travel request, certain projects. So they put in the coded numbers, and they're color coded. It says, put your data in here. You put it in there, it runs all the calculations and spits out a consistent form. So everybody knows where it goes with the counting, how much it's going to cost, that kind of thing. And the timesheets is just easier for the payroll to enter them if they're consistent across departments. We found that a lot of times.
The second half was the project management issue, maybe how you managed a project, and how you approached it, and results. And
well, a lot of times with a bigger project, you sit down with all the players, whoever's really involved, who's going to use it, who supervises them, find out what they've got right now, what isn't working about it, and what they need. And then also always ask for input. They may have already seen something, either with somebody they interact with, a conference they've been at, that is just fantastic. So you find out the needs, what they are looking for, and what they can get out of it. And then you start from there, kind of get a committee together, who's going to have input, who's going to report back, and start getting some research on, is it even feasible? Because I've seen a lot of times projects, huge projects, tons of staff time, and it's not even feasible. It's not something that the current technology would produce. So then you have to go back to, okay, we need some upgrades here first. And then you kind of go from there.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then putting it in the budget, once you figure out, what your project is, what you can do, how much is it going to cost? Is it even possible? How much is it going to cost monetarily, and how much will it save? Because when you're putting something into a budget, it's not just what it costs you, it's also, does it get offset by staff savings, filing savings, storage, even utilities sometimes, depending on what you're implementing.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. The position of Deputy Executive Officer is a position of influence and leadership.
Mm-hmm.
A reputation for integrity and credibility are qualities that are critical to the success of this position. Give us examples, or an example, of how you model high standards of honesty, integrity, trust, and openness at work.
Examples of how you model honesty, integrity, and high ethics. I think first and foremost, you have to show up. You're of no value to anybody if you don't. Show up. Support your staff. Be honest. Sometimes they're really tough conversations, but you need to have them. And just be very straightforward with people. And a lot of livestock related stuff, they expect you to be honest. Don't fluff around. Don't put a bunch of sugar coating on something. Just be very straightforward, open, honest, and look for input. Accept feedback. It may not always be great, but it's probably something you need to hear. So that's always interesting.
Thank you.
You good, Lila?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I get the next one.
Okay.
It's got a word here that catches me every time, but Lila always helps me out.
Stop at many and I'll say the word.
All right.
Got it?
Building consensus and conflict management. The livestock industry has many
Constituents.
with competing interests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
The department serves the livestock industry. That's what it does. It is a uniting force for the producers across the state. Give an example of a highly charged conflict that you have been involved in. What techniques, strategies, and behaviors did you employ to diffuse and resolve the conflict? What entities were involved, what steps did you take, and what was the outcome?
Highly charged conflict. Well, we had it's not livestock per se, but we had a very, very large audit at one point when I was working for a CPA firm. And it was largest hospital we worked on. And so basically they had a hospital and a foundation, and then the doctors had their own rental entities, and there were all these little groups all involved, and each one had different staff. And then there were several different groups of accounting staff involved. So nobody was doing enough talking amongst themselves to keep everybody updated on what was going on. So all of the deadlines for the one entity out of the one CPA firm were not crossing together well. And so there were some people getting really excited because every one of them wanted theirs done now and had basically been told that theirs was going to get done now. And so we kind of had to sit right down, find out what they'd been told, who had agreed upon what, and then we were able to basically get some other staff out of areas, get everybody on a consensus of a time frame, and get it all done, and also move a few individuals around on certain projects to maybe better fit personalities within what was going on, and they ended up very happy. And last I heard, they were still with the firm. So it was kind of one of those, okay, what's going on? Let's look at this, get everybody on the same board, and find a solution that, there was some give and take, but we worked out something that everyone could agree on, and let everybody know that their concerns were heard, and that was a lot of it. Mm-hmm. Was letting everybody know that they were heard, that we were going to do everything we could, and we did. Mm-hmm. And we delivered what we could, and some of us put in a few late nights.
Thank you.
A couple things dealing with financial end of,
mm-hmm.
of what we have to deal with. One of the things that we have to take a look at is cost and pricing activity. Could you give us some kind of an example of how to perform cost analysis relative to either product or goods or services, how you would arrive at particular price points, and any other methodology, and then take the next step and take that into a budget process for the preparation of your budget.
Okay. Well, basically, like right now in the housing authority that I'm working at, we have lots of units. Housing units that are ours, housing units that we manage for HUD, housing units that we manage for the MDOC. So there's lots of employees that touch many, many, many things. So one of the first things that we have to do when we're looking at, say, a cost of a product, like one item, is figure out how many of those items you basically provide a year, how much staff time is going into it, what percentage of, say, your office admin is really related to that one versus others. So you're kind of going through each of your costs, office space. How much space is really allocated to that position? So you go through and postage. Certain projects have tons of mailings, and postage is not cheap when you mail a lot. And then, so you go through each of your cost categories and figure out which of those are driven by which separate product. So, like, you guys have basically 6 large departments, the main ones. So, each one has their own thing, but some of them will cross over, and then that centralized unit is going to be a lot of the accounts payable and the payroll and that kind of stuff. So it's segregating and aggregating out. So once you've figured out what your cost is really for each of those and where it's coming from, then you look at your budget. You have to, basically there are estimates every year. How much of, say, that unit do you think you're going to need the next year? Did something change, like in housing, or did something change in the livestock market? Or was there a drought and people had to sell a lot of cows off? Is there going to be a change in this one to where this is going to push up your usage of that and others are going to go down? So you're doing analysis and then projection based on industry trends, market trends, and even the weather, because it will change from year to year. And if they enact some new legislation that requires a whole bunch more inspections of something, you better allocate ahead of time that you're going to have staff doing that a lot. Or new programs. So you kind of go through, figure out what it costs to do it, and look at what you think is going to be the next year and why.
Obviously, this position will generate reports to the board, other staff members, relative to outside individuals, relative how we're handling things and performing against the budget. What type of budget monitoring process do you use now? And then when you have to deal with budget issues with your managers and their individual impacts, which may be difficult on some occasions because of the budget, how do you handle those conversations?
Well, so basically...
So what kind of process, monitoring process, what happens when it doesn't work? How do you handle the conflict between various other employees?
Gotcha. So basically a lot of what we do is we have a great big budget process, and we run it through, create the budget for the next year. In the next little bit of time, we'll be going through with all of the managers and the brand new executive director, showing them how the budget process works, what it's been for like the last 3 years. We're very consistent unless something really major happens, like a fire or something. So we go through and show them all of the budgets for the prior years, any variances, what they were based upon, and then every month we take to the board a budget to actual comparison. We have our budget year to date and our actual year to date. And so you're showing them line by line for all of our 19 funds that we now have. We've grown a little since I've got there. How it's doing. Is it trending? Is something off? And then they'll kind of go through and look at anything that's more than a 10% variance at any point. And so then we're able to go through and say, okay, this line item here has a once a year large charge. It only happens in May. So yes, it's way low on budget, but that's not money we can spend on anything else. It is not available. It's already spent as soon as those fees come through. So then we go and back to one of the main things that we usually have is maintenance. There is no limit to what we could spend on maintenance of all of those units. There is no limit. So we have to very carefully watch that. That's a budget that gets out of control quickly. Just snow removal this year. It trashed the maintenance budget. We had so much overtime. And so one of your first considerations is we have all these guys, part of their job duty and hours is snow removal. But does it make more sense for us to contract that out? And then our guys are available for a much cheaper fee for some of the more slightly skilled labor and repairs in the units than paying those out. And it's really rough on our employees to be doing snow removal. We get them banged up pretty bad. And so we've been having that discussion. The management didn't want to do it, but it turns out all of the staff did. So it's, what are the options? And sometimes even if an option doesn't seem good, there is a big benefit in the end. So it's sitting down saying this budget's already crashed. Now what can we do for the rest of the year, keep everything functional, operating, and keep our staff? Because you want staff retention. Nothing costs more than retraining your employees constantly with turnover. So keeping them satisfied and cared for is very important, always. But a lot of times we're just open, honest, and they know how much time they spent on a certain project that probably went way over budget. So in the back of their mind, they're usually kind of expecting the conversation. And if you can catch it early, or even if it's right during that snowstorm, you've already hit way more than the prior year. You start having the conversation then. If you're proactive about it, it's not as much of a surprise. Instead of waiting until the last minute and saying, you can't do anything else for the rest of the year. That's never going to fly.
Great, thank you.
So,
Rachel, in your current job, how do you evaluate your employees? Tell us about a time you had to work through a serious performance issue with an employee, and what methods did you use, and what was the outcome of the situation?
well, the current place that we have, they did a once annual evaluation. There was, it's being completely scuttled. There was, all it basically did was look for things they weren't doing right. And that's all that was being reported. And so that's just being taken to the side because it never looked for any special skills they have. It never looked for areas that they did great on. It never looked for, instead of putting it as an area of improvement, it was more of an area of docking. And it didn't really help them to just say, you did this, 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 and this wrong. So instead it was like, okay, we can help you improve in this area because you don't quite have the skill set that would be best for you to have. So instead, we're going to give you this training or put you with this person and work you through this area, and then they'll learn what they need to know. And so we're going to give them more of a chance to have input on what they themselves want to work on, because we're finding that a lot of people have areas that they've wanted to get more training on or weren't quite comfortable with, and it really wasn't being communicated in the way we were doing it.
And I guess kind of a follow-up, if you have complaints come to you directly, how do you deal with those?
I did supervise the front desk staff for a while, and so we had quite a few complaints, kind of common. Basically, we would get the complaint in, I would look in the software, see what kind of documentation was in the computer system, talk to the employee that was involved, talk to anyone else that was involved, and then once I had all of that background information, if we had any other proof or details available, check the client files, then I would talk to the client that had complained, find out exactly what their complaint was, what the issue was, and what they thought had happened. And it turned out a lot of times that what people would write wasn't really what was upsetting them. And so we would figure out what the issue was. If it was a true issue that needed addressed, we did address it. Sometimes it was staff training. Sometimes it was just explaining how to do something or how to approach people when they're really upset. We did some dealing with irate people training is basically what it was called. Because a lot of people, when they would come into our office, they're homeless. They're, desperate. They're at the end of their rope. And so it's not necessarily our staff that was an issue. Their whole life was just in a disaster mode. And so letting them know that we did appreciate them and wanted to serve them and just slowing down and taking the time really helped a lot. And, sometimes the answer is the exact same thing they'd already heard, but just hearing it a second time from another party really made a big difference. And we did have some staff training we had to do, and we did it. And it improved the staff and it improved the customer service.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got the first question and then I got the last question. So how does this job fit in with your overall career plan?
Really well.
Very good. I like that.
No, because I'm already on the PERS plan, and I'd like to stay on PERS and finish 20 years. I want to stay in a place for 20 years that I can enjoy and grow and just become a part of. And so we're moving to Helena, and I saw this job. This is the only job I've applied for because I wanted it. I'm like, honey, the husband, I'm like, honey, look at this. He's like, really? That's you. So it was just one of those places where I would really enjoy it. There's a lot of room for growth. There's a lot of room for, you will never be bored, it doesn't look like. Ever. And it's kind of a group that's known for hard work and just integrity and straightforward. Take care of business. So And I think that would be a really good match. And I'd like to be in that kind of place.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, Rachel, what questions do you have for us?
So where do you guys see the Board of Livestock and the whole Department of Livestock going, like in the next couple of years in long range? What are the true goals you guys are heading for?
Well, I'll let board members respond first. Then that'll frame my answer.
Okay.
We've been a substantial part of the economic engine in the state of Montana since its inception.
Yep.
I don't see that changing. As far as the board's concerned, at one time I thought it would probably disintegrate because it's an old-time deal, and this is back in the 1800s when it started, when it first ran the state of Montana. But after serving on it, this is a great opportunity for individuals in the agriculture industry to participate within state government. I don't think this is going to go away as far as the board is concerned, and as far as the department's concerned. As we see more problems and disease and the things that we deal with as a brand state, I think this is a pretty solid department in the state of Montana. I don't see a lot of movement going on, but I'm one board member. I'm sure John's got another view.
Oh, I would accept everything John has said. I think on a more short-term basis, we've had to make great strides dealing with financial accountability and downloading information. And Mike has done a great job in the last session of dealing with that. We've gone through our budget woes in the past, and our staff, I would tell you, has gone through it as well. Those people out in the field who have had difficult times during part of that. But I think you're never perfect. But because we went through the zero-base activity last session, and we had knowledge, information, data, and a very direct approach to the whole thing, I think it made a big difference relative to the way we're received. And I think it helps our accountability. So, the industry is going to change over time. We'll become more technology-driven probably over time. But the services will still have to have identification. You'll still have to have security interest. You'll still have to have disease management and public health issues along the way. And we'll still have to fight for our seat at the table relative to funding. That won't change any. So it's going to be important that we have that data, and we have credible people, and we have people that can engage with others, even though they might not agree at the time. So I think I don't think it's going to move very far either.
Lila?
Yeah, I just would probably say the same thing. We've come up, I kind of came in when it was before the mic, and we got pretty low for a while. I think we've regained a lot of trust among the producers. I think that they keep looking and making sure we are. But I feel good. We're on our, as Mike said, we're kind of going up instead of, we did a lot of down going for a while there, but I think we're doing well. We really came to the session well, thanks to everybody that worked so hard on it. So.
Nina, wait.
I'm right here.
No questions.
No questions. We are a regulatory agency because of the way we are set up. And we are responsible for, in effect, the health of the livestock industry in Montana, as well as human health. And it behooves us to take that job very seriously. And as has already been said, the department for a number of years was having financial difficulties, and it's taken a long time. Well, not a long time, but it has taken some incredibly hard work to get the department turned around financially so that we can do the job that we are supposed to be doing. And having been a part of that turnaround, I feel very good about it. It's not been without a lot of pain, But sometimes in order to achieve that, what you need to do, you have to go through pain. And we are headed in the right direction. We're not totally there, but we are certainly a long ways from where we started. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you want me to speak on that?
Yeah.
No, actually, I mean, I don't want to be an echo chamber. I think most of it that needs to be said has been said. I agree with what the board members say. They have a very good take. If I was going to highlight some of those things and kind of cross it is, as John LaFelt mentioned, the industry is changing. It's more global. Things are moving more rapidly. There's been a lot of change in the industry, which I think is going to change a lot of the way the Department of Livestock has to do its work. There's much more demand for technology-driven solutions, real-time answers. So when we talk about these traditional inspections that we do, being able to communicate that information almost the moment it happens, almost the moment those animals move, we're still playing catch-up to that. But that's going to drive a lot of our future. And I would also want to echo another thing that John Scully said. Being at the table and fighting for our piece of the pie financially, as the state's economy changes, I don't see the direction we're going with government financing changing. Mm-hmm. I think that trajectory that we're on is going to remain in place. So there might, it's not only fighting for our piece of the pie, but there's less pie to begin with. And so those are going to be some things I think that are really going to be challenges facing us. But I think we're set up well to face those challenges. There's still a lot of change that needs to happen. As it's been mentioned, I think we're proud of our history as a department, but I think everybody who sits at this table and not on the phone recognizes that there's a future there, and it may not look exactly the way the past looked, and so there's a lot of that transition that we're really at the beginning of right now. We're just starting it.
Well, and I think that all of that makes absolute sense, and it's great to hear that people really put in the time and really fought for the agency. That's huge. And people are involved.
Oh, yeah.
It is near and dear to them. And it's such an important thing because the livestock is so important to the food base. And as everything changes, there's so many, like you're saying, so many more diseases out there. We've got the West Nile, and they've got that crazy canine influenza thing going on, and I don't think that the need for these is going to change as more and more germs and bugs and diseases spread. You have less people involved directly in agriculture. They don't understand the risks anymore. So there has to be an agency to protect them. And that's really what the Department of Livestock is doing, is taking care of the producers and taking care of the consumers. They have to be that step. And the reducing funding is everywhere. Like with the HUD stuff, they have all of these scores. So you have to get certain financial scores based on how you do your bookkeeping, how you do your reporting, are you doing all the electronic stuff they want. And if you're a high performer, you get like these little tiny bonuses. Or, a few extra % on when they prorate your budget. They take the whole thing and then cut it by 77%. And go, oh, but we'll give you 3% back because you're a high performer. And so, we've worked really hard getting our stuff together, and we've hit high performer on every single test that I've been a part of. And we've had 2 clean audits except for the statement of you're understaffed in the accounting department.
And you knew that. Right?
Oh, yeah, I was pretty aware of that one. As I stand there bleary-eyed staring at the auditors. But yeah, so like when I was looking at the budgets online that you guys had available for the 18-19, the biennium, there wasn't a specific line items for like the technology and stuff. So is there some money set aside for the technological improvements, or is that something that needs to be worked on?
I would say it's something that needs to be worked on. We do have built into the budget, cost of capital replacement on hardware and those types of things. as far as detail goes, that's within our central services division budget.
Yeah.
That's where that resides, because our IT function is a part of that. We don't report out publicly down to that IT bureau level, but that's where that exists.
Okay, I was wondering because I was kind of looking through and going, okay, which part is it hiding in? Gotcha. And it looks like the general fund doesn't pay that much of your budget compared to a lot of places. It's fee-based. It is service-based.
Service-based.
Yeah, we're roughly 60% fee or tax-based, because per capita fee is a tax. But so 60% direct fee and tax that we levy, and 20%, roughly 20% general fund, 20% federal cooperative agreement funds.
Gotcha. And so is there any opportunity to increase the federal funding?
We hope. That's what we always do.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
Like, hey, somebody else we can snag money from?
Yeah, and of course there's those challenges at the federal level as well. There's, as states, for most of that funding, there's a piece of the pie to be fought for, and that pie is also getting smaller. And so
definitely.
So yeah, we have those same challenges we have with doing state budget.
And does a lot of the federal funds, do you have to go through another state agency or hierarchy, or can you go directly for them?
No, all of our cooperative agreements are directly with the federal agencies that we work with.
Gotcha.
They're direct between our department and USDA in all cases. They're all USDA.
Oh, okay.
U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Okay. So at least it's one agency. And maybe there's others out there that would be available, but so you're also then looking for more funding sources. Absolutely.
Always.
Is there a nonprofit arm or some place of the Department of Livestock that can go for grants?
Not within. We don't have any sort of nonprofit foundation spin-off of any type.
Yeah, the governmental. Gotcha. So what exactly do you guys see the position doing? What do each of you want to see it do?
Well, I'll start. We've looked at it. There's 2 or 3 title issues, but the title came to us from the state legislature, and so we've looked at the job description as a sort of a CFO position. But it's a hands-on one because we're not a big operation, so there has to be hands-on activity dealing with project management because there's some issues there. There's going to have to be some business management as if you're running a business because of the lab, pricing and cost activity.
Yeah. There
might be project issues that'll have to be heavily engaged in by this position for a new building or not. That's incremental to the daily task of managing the budget in an appropriate and prudent fashion in order to provide services not only to our staff people but to the industry itself based on their expectations, and do the taxing and pricing accordingly relative to the fee structure. Those would be the big lumps for me at least.
Well, certainly the financial end of it is going to be a weighty part of this position, as I see it. Somewhat take some off of Mike's shoulders, so that he's free to start getting us involved in a few other directions that as a board we think that we could do if we had this person in place. And certainly, as John talked to, the financial end of it and keeping everything in place, because that's the board changes, and so if we can build a base here in this office that is sustainable over a period of time, board members can come and go. The functionality of the whole department, that's the important piece that this board is looking at.
And I sort of left out one, and I'm going to just interject it, and that is the position has to be able to deal with legislative inquiry, public inquiry, when Mike's not available or otherwise, and have a good feel for that, and have a skill set to do it.
Actually enjoy talking to people and
Is that how you see it, Lon?
Yeah, I think the project management part to me is a big part. Right now, especially depending on how away we go, but anybody that's on the hierarchy of this has to be able to talk to the legislators because you might be over there, but there's an end run always coming this way. If somebody's I call it that end run, but so that.
Remember that it's public here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That Mike can't. Yeah, you can't only divide Mike so many ways. So.
Yeah.
Nina?
Project management, people management, budget management.
And I would say that, you know, the points they laid out, so just to give a little more, you know, maybe specifics as for what the oversight is. So yes, operating in that chief financial operations role, which I think you probably understand from past background. Direct management and oversight for our central services division, so that entails our finance bureau, so it's our accounts payable, our accounts receivable, our payroll, our federal grant management, our IT bureau, our 3 IT staff that do, you know, desktop support, software support, hardware replacement, so very typical IT functions. And then we have 2 attached agencies that fall under the Central Services Division. There's the Board of Milk Control and the Livestock Loss Board. So working with the staff that we hire to work with those 2 boards as far as direct management. You know, also there's obviously a collegial, strong working relationship needed with the other managers here for helping them understand their finances. Externally, you know, the key relationships for this position externally besides the industry, but within our government circle is the Office of Budget Planning in the Governor's Office, and then in the legislative branch, both the Legislative Fiscal Division and the Legislative Audit Division. So there's a lot of interaction and back and forth between those particular cohorts. So that's sort of the key external relationships just in the government circle. There's a lot of external stakeholders beyond government, but those are the key ones for this position.
That's a nutshell.
It's a pretty busy nut.
Well, thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it
Thank you.
so much. It was nice meeting all of you.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rachel, very much.
Thank you.
It was fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's good stand.
Yeah, especially because we get to sit in another few hours or so.
Thank you. Have a
Thanks,
great
Rachel.
day.
Yeah.
You do the same.
So as far as timeline,
Now, do we shut this thing off? Are we officially done yet or not? Oh, that's too bad.
So we're going to take some time to discuss
Well, I can
that.
adjourn right now, but I don't know. I'm not right now to turn that thing off.
Public comments, that's right, yeah.
Oh, I gotta look. Exactly.
At a minimum, if they still need further consideration,
Oh, yeah.
I'll include the other board members who didn't be here. Their next meeting is May 23rd.
Okay.
And so I'm committing to people that on May 23rd, you'll know. And so that gives you a little bit of what to expect.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachel.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So,
Yes.
you were wanting to have it filled by July 15th?
Yeah, I mean, we're flexible on that. Certainly, the big time crunch for us from this standpoint is going to be August is when we start.
What are we doing at this point?
We're just waiting for Mike.
Mike's in the hallway, Nina visiting, and when we come back, we're gonna ask for public comment on non-agenda items.
Certainly, I think you're going to want to have
Okay.
that's about time to start that process.
Sorry to keep you sitting there.
Not a problem.
You got 3 pillows?
This wood chair is getting old.
Okay, public meeting, I'm gonna call for public comment on non-agenda items at this moment. Public comment on non-agenda items.
So are you getting ready to adjourn?
Yes.
Oh, well, I mean, I've got a suggestion once you're done with public comment, but.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Well, I think we should, because one, there's certain things that can't leave the room today. Well, or at least we need copies of them before they leave the room. So you have your score sheets. So we need to get those completed before we leave. And then what I'd like to do is take those up and take a look at them. Because as we talked about earlier today, with the majority of board members available to be a part of this process, potentially if any sort of consensus develops, there might be a possibility of just moving forward. If no consensus develops, then you may want to postpone to come back to the 23rd, which is what I've shared with all of the candidates. So I think before we officially adjourn, we need to take some time to do that process and see where that stands based on the input that people give, because you might actually want to take action before you leave today. But if you don't, you don't. But I'm just putting that out there. Because if you don't take action before you leave today, then we won't have action until we get you back together. And so I guess I won't know until people go through their process kind of where things are at.
Mr. Chairman, do we do that portion of it in public, or do we do that in executive session and come back into public?
No, I don't think we can go into executive session. It's not an attorney-client privilege. I'll see if Mr. Scully disagrees with me. It's not any sort of thing like that. The reason I mentioned the process of having people do their score sheets and then taking a look at them is it may be that based on the results of that, there may be a need for minimal conversation and still be able to take an action item. But if I'm misreading the situation, and so I am trying to limit conversation just a little bit, but there may still need to be some conversation, and whatever conversation that is would be public, to my knowledge.
But you cannot look at my score sheet because I'm not there.
Yeah, I cannot.
How do we deal with that?
Are you where you can send me your score sheet or turn your score sheet into me electronically? I mean, not the actual sheet, but just your results.
She'd take a picture.
The results.
Yeah, you could take a picture of it and text it to me.
You're asking an awful lot there.
Hey, that was Lila's suggestion now.
Well, just because my kids have been sending me cow numbers through pictures, instead of having to copy.
Let me try.
Okay. So if you have your score sheet done, you can, or I would make it even easier if you wanted to. You have my cell number. You can just always text me your order. I don't necessarily need the scores. I'm going to have to get the sheet from you at some point. But if I just know what your rank order is, that'll help me know where we stand.
Let me try that.
Okay.
Let me see what I can do here.
And I would even suggest if we need to take a few minutes and go into recess to let people work, we could do that too.
Let's get off.
Yeah,
all right, we'll go on recess for 15 minutes. Is that enough time?
Probably for me.
Yes, for me. I'm about done.
Okay. All right. Nana, we're going to let you off the phone for a second. It'll be easier for you to do that and then text me when you're not trying to talk to me on the phone at the same time. Okay?
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, and I'm going to go turn off the live stream.
Is that off? Yeah.
I'm
Are you on?
Okay,
Yes, I'm on.
And the live stream is back up and running.
We're back on business.
So I can tell you, so here's what I wanted to do by looking at that, and I'm just looking for folks as top candidate. We have 1, 2, and I'm going to count myself. I don't know if I get a vote or not, but if I do, I'm going to count myself right now. there are 3 people in agreement on a top candidate, and then there are 2 outliers who each have a different top candidate. As far as looking at, so that one that 3 people have, I will point out, is both of the people who have different top candidates, number 2 candidate. So there is agreement there. That individual is in the top 2 for everybody, and you can't say that about everybody else. So that's what I quickly see, and I'll pause there for deliberation, conversation.
Mr. Chairman, this is Nina. John Scully, when you were looking at the procedures and guidelines, what did they have to say about this sort of, about interviewing and selecting, etc., so that we make sure we're following everything correctly?
Well, procedures and guidelines, we're consistent with that because it says that we hire the executive officer and administrators. So it says that in the procedures and guidelines, and that's what we're doing here.
Okay.
And probably, don't want to say more important, but as important as far as procedures and guidelines for the state hiring process, with this being a classified position, we are in alignment. This is typically what you would do. I would say that typically in this process, once you have everybody's scores, it's incredibly difficult, and everybody did that blindly. I don't think there was any undue influence. Everybody did their own thing, took their own notes. The scores typically rule the day unless there's a good reason not to. We've had 5 people involved in the interview process out of a possible 8 if we'd had the entire board present. But there's a quorum of the board present, so I think that's in alignment with the board. You know, the question is, do you want to trust your scoring, and that a majority of folks who saw the interview picked the same person, and the majority of people who saw that person is ranked near the top, even if they didn't select it as their number 1, are you at a point where you can make a decision? Or, we're going to have this same conversation at the board meeting if we move forward, so it's up to you guys.
So say again, 3 people picked
Yeah,
one
and so
candidate.
are you ready for me to use names?
No,
Okay,
not yet.
I didn't think so.
3 people picked one candidate.
3 people had the same candidate as their number 1.
Okay.
2 people did not pick that candidate, obviously, but each of those people had a different top candidate. They did not have the same.
Didn't have the same one.
Did not have the same one. So when I look at their number 2 is who those 3 people picked as their top candidate. So that person is in the top 2 with all 5 people who've watched interviews today.
Okay, so we have 2 people, one of which is in the top 2 and one is in the top 3.
Let me see.
Voted on by 3.
Yeah,
One voted on by 3, and the number 2 spots voted on by everybody.
Yeah. Yes.
So
I think you accept
I would, and I know I won't get agreement, I would just step away, adjourn the meeting, and let Mr. Honeycook decide who he thought would work best with him, and the board steps away.
I don't think you can do that.
I'd prefer, since we've gone through this process,
Right.
I'd prefer to have a board action to guide me as to what the next step should be.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you need a motion?
We would if we're ready for it.
Or is this the time for such?
If we're ready, yeah, I don't know.
I'm ready.
What the heck?
Give me a motion.
I don't know yet.
So the motion would have to be that you accept the top
3.
numerical candidate scored by 3 people.
I need a second.
That would have to be the motion.
Is there one? Nobody made it yet.
Nobody made it yet.
Oh, you didn't make
I
that?
didn't make it. Oh, that's why I was thinking.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. So there's one person among us that has picked somebody totally. Shut up. You'd be good
There's
to
2
sit
people
there
that picked somebody different as
for the top
candidate.
person.
But they didn't pick the same person.
The same person.
They picked a different person. So there's
But that,
So 3
one of the
votes
2
for-
top people is oh no, that doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
The number 2 person scored with
There's only 5 of us
everybody.
here, so I'm
The
just
number
a little
1
concerned
person
about
scored
that.
with 3 people.
Yeah. And let me refine it maybe just a step further and say, I did say that person that had 3 first place votes. Let's talk about it that way. Maybe that makes sense. So we had a person that had 3 first place votes. And then we have 1 candidate apiece who each had 1 first place vote. Okay, so if we look at second place votes, then we would get into, for the 2 people who didn't rank, the person with 3 first place votes, their top candidate, each of those people had that person getting their second place vote. So if you're looking at it from a balancing type question. Now if I take it down further, for those 2 individuals, and let me look at the right phone here so I'll get the right information. So let's see what happened when we went to a number 3. When we went to a number 3, those people, the 2 that did not have the candidate with 3 first place votes, also split their third place votes.
I make a motion that we offer the job to the person with the, I don't know who it is, so I'm just making it blind. And nobody has to second if they don't want
It's probably
to.
better if it's blind. I'm the only one that knows right now.
To offer that job to the person with the most 3 first place votes that also has 2 of the
Second
place votes. Because that means all 5 of us at least have that
Okay,
person.
so we're offering
somewhere.
the job to the person who has the 3, on that motion, the 3,
Top place.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Alright.
Did you get that?
Aye.
Aye. No, it'll be interesting to see which.
Make sure Donna got this.
Okay, so,
It'll be easier once you
So
find out who it
Lana-
is, Donna.
Lana made the motion, we offer the job to the person with the 3 first place votes
Right.
Right.
and with the 3 second place.
Two.
No, we just
No,
made
you
it
don't,
3
just the 3
Yeah.
first place.
Just the 3 first
Yeah.
place, so I can take that out. Scully seconded. Okay.
John LaFell, did you vote?
We haven't voted yet.
Yeah, he voted, he turned the sheet in.
Yeah. He has to vote.
That's
There's
what
only
you're
4 of
asking.
you, so he has to vote.
Yeah, there's
today.
only 4 there, so you do
That's
have
what
to
Nana
vote, I
said. He
guess.
has to vote.
Did you?
I'm just
Yeah, he
making
turned the
sure
sheet
Donna,
in.
yeah.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Tell us who we just made a motion for.
Do you want to say it out here or just wait?
Did
Just
you
wait.
voted, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Anything else today?
Don't we want to say it here? Oh.
No.
I'll text you, Nana.
Thank you.
Have
I
fun.
Meeting
I
adjourned.
sent you 2 more pictures.
Got it. I'll show everybody.
Thank you, Nina. I appreciate
Thanks,
your
Nina.
time.
Let's get
I
off.
know
very
it wasn't
welcome.
easy for
Thank
you.
you.
Mhm.
Let's get off this thing so we can find out. who
Meeting adjourned. That's the right side.